We're watching Real Simple News with Coffee on Wednesday, August 12th. I am your host, Cale McCullough. And in today's top story, Joe Magoo Biden taps Kamala The Snitch Harris on the shoulder to be his running mate. And if you're not familiar with Kamala Harris's background, she's a Democrat from the extremely corrupt shithole of California. She is known to be soft on crime. This article here from the Orange County Register says Kamala Harris's soft on police past haunts her as she's named vice president nominee. The first-term senator's nod brings back memories of highly controversial decisions of Orange County and elsewhere. Biden's choice of California Senator Kamala The Snitch Harris as his running mate has sent shivers Tuesday through some police reformers in Orange County and throughout the Golden State. During her tenure as California Attorney General and San Francisco District Attorney, and San Francisco is the place where they have ivory towers, where they don't enforce the immigration laws there. So they have massive armies of homeless people getting strung out on cartel dope, taking shits on the sidewalks next to the ivory towers. I only put one screen. And next to these ivory towers, you can get cholera, Hep C, the Black Plague, the bubonic plague, typhoid fever, hepatitis B, TB, and COVID, all at the same place by stepping on a pile of shit with a hypodermic needle in it next to an ivory tower. Harris turned a blind eye to potentially dirty orange cops and refused to order DNA testing that might have exonerated a condemned man in a scandal that rocked the foundation of justice in Orange County. Harris slow-walked an investigation into corruption among sheriff's deputies, basically doing nothing. So that's why Joe Biden picked this woman, of course. Quote, "It's a horrible decision," Paul Wilson of Harris' selection on presumptive Democratic presidential nominee said. Wilson's wife was among 8 killed by tugboat operator Scott DeCrea during a shooting spree at the Seal Beach Hair Salon in 2011. DeCrea's case revealed that deputies and prosecutors misused jailhouse informants to extract confessions, which is known to be the snitch scandal, which is where Kamala got her name Kamala The Snitch Harris from. And obviously, she's running with Mr. Magoo because she should have known these things. But she was the only black person that they could find that was willing to work with the party that owned slaves, started the KKK, opposed women's suffrage, and passed the 1994 crime bill that created the prison industrial complex. Quote, "At this time, the county needs solid leadership. Her past history is being soft on law enforcement," Wilson said. "It's a very bad decision. This isn't soft on law enforcement. This is soft on crime. Let's be real. This is corruption. These are crimes. It's not soft on law enforcement. It's corruption. It's part of the establishment." In 2015, an Orange County Superior Court judge took the DeCrea case, the largest mass killing in Orange County history, away from the DA's office and handed it to Harris's prosecutors. Harris then launched an investigation into whether the deputies committed perjury. At that time, her prosecutors were defending the county's misuse of information in court. DeCrea eventually was given life in prison instead of death penalty by a judge frustrated by the lack of cooperation by prosecutors and sheriff's officials. As the months crawled by, the staffers for Harris complained in an interview that the state's probe was slowed by the release of hundreds of pages of sheriff's logs describing how informants were managed. Harris turned the job over in 2017 to her successor, Xavier Becerra, who quietly let the investigation die in 2019 without any action, without a report. In published interviews, Harris said she figured the Orange County debacle was handled by local authorities. Scott Sanders, DeCrea's attorney, called the investigation by Harris's office a complete and utter sham. It was never a sincere effort to get to the truth, Sanders said. They let the world believe that they were investigating when they weren't. That's not a good faith effort in any way, shape, or form. Let me do something quick. Put too much coffee in there. Later, as a senator, Harris supported the DNA request. The results are pending. Harris was also a target of criticism for the decision as Attorney General in a 2012 police shooting in Anaheim. The fatal shooting of Miguel Diaz triggered rioting, forcing the evacuation of City Hall, not eviction. The New York Times interviewed then Mayor Tom Tate, who remembers asking Harris to conduct an outside investigation into the death of Diaz, who was shot in the back by Anaheim officers. Harris declined, deferring to the district attorney's office, which almost never charges officers in on-duty shootings. That seemed to be her mode of operation with police shootings, the Time noted. Well, what else can you expect from Mr. Magoo? Hey, at least he remembered to pick a VP. I mean, he didn't remember to knock on any doors the week prior when Donald Trump knocked on over 1 million doors. But credit where credit is due. He did actually remember to pick a candidate. And because he's Mr. Magoo, the only way he was actually able to pick the candidate was to look at skin color and ethnicity, because all of the other credentials were, he was unable to see them because obviously his vision is starting to go out because of his old age. Here we can see Miss Kamala, the prosecutor, the one that will snitch you out if you have any fun things. And ooh, where'd it go? Oopsies. Here, my slide disappeared. Sorry about that. Real Simple News is an open source news organization. You can find us on the web at or on GitHub at github.com/Real Simple News. And this is issue ticket number 76, but it can be a little bit confusing if you're not used to GitHub. So it's going to be better if you go to realsimplenews.net. And then this is issue. Oh, shoot. Apparently I didn't merge the website. Okay, well, I didn't merge the website, but you go to realsimplenews.net /issue 76, and that'll take you to the show. And here, let me
show you what you click on. I was not expecting this. But if you find any sort of factual errors, you can report them on GitHub through issue number 76. And it's just about up. So you just go down on the website towards the bottom, and you can click on issue 76. Or if you would like to make a donation to keep the show going, you can make a donation via PayPal. And in our next article from Newsweek, Chicago protesters surround the police station demanding that looters be freed. Protesters gathered outside a Chicago police station on Monday night, demanding the release of more than 100 rioters who were arrested amid mass lootings and unrest. And it was all triggered by fake news. If you're unfamiliar with what happened, there was a police-involved shooting, and I don't remember the exact specifics off the top of my head, but it turned into fake news about police officer killing a teenager. And then they started looting, and they spread it around even though they knew it was fake news because they wanted to loot. A crowd gathered outside the police station on 18th and South State Street for a demonstration organized by the Black Looter Group Chicago chapter on Monday evening. Tyler LaRiviere, a Chicago-based photojournalist, tweeted that protesters had planned to, quote, occupy the space until people are released from the police station, then party. And so these are the same group of people demanding justice for Breonna Taylor, the suspected narcotics trafficker who was involved in a police raid that the fake news industrial complex said was a no-knock search warrant, or a no-knock raid. But the truth was that they had a no-knock warrant, but they knocked on the door, and that Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend thought it was people pretending to be the police, and her boyfriend shot at the people, and the police shot him and killed Breonna Taylor and him. And so if you want to blame anyone for Breonna Taylor's death, you should probably blame her narcotics trafficking boyfriend. Just because Breonna Taylor was an EMT does not mean she wasn't getting high as a kite when she went home. I do actually know of nurses that would actually get high as a kite on all kinds of strange drugs. Like they would keep safes full of a diversity of different drugs to keep them stocked into the future, and then they'd buy more on the dark web. So these people, just because they are a nurse or a doctor, does not mean that they are not a meth addict. In fact, they might be taking it suppositorily because they're into some weird stuff. And when you go home, you will see that they have kitchen gloves all around their houses and turkey basters. It's true. They're weird. Some of them are polyamorous, and they have these weird cuddle puddle things going on at their house where they're doing ecstasy and methamphetamines, and they're weirdos. Trust me, I'm speaking of a real person. I'm not naming bombing, but you know who you are. I know you watch my show. Later, Riviera tweeted that a line of officers had approached protesters with clubs in their hand. Quote, protesters met them with umbrellas after a bit of the cops retreated back in District 1 station, end quote, La Riviera said. A spokeswoman for Chicago Police Department confirmed to Fake Newsweek that the crowd has dispersed without incident at around midnight. Ariel Atkins of Black Looters Mob of Chicago told the Chicago Tribune the riot was in response to police shooting of a man on Sunday and demand of the release that those arrested in the ensuing looting. So let me get this straight. There was some hold on. Let's go back and I read the story yesterday, but I don't remember the details of the story. So what does this tweet say? It's from @Tyler LaRiviera. A group of officers came along the riot's left flank with clubs in hand. Rioters met them with umbrellas after a bit of cops retreated back into District 1 station. So what is a bit of cops? Is that like a 1 or a 0 of cops? You mean like a small number? I mean, I play the Twitter game too. Sometimes you have to replace words to like fit it in the tweet because they won't let you put the whole thing in the tweet. But when you do that, you lose the meaning. You can't just fit everything into a tweet. So maybe you should use correct grammar. Here's another tweet. Folks are now dancing to My Chemical Romance's Black Parade outside of District 1 police station. And audio on this. My audio. What do we get? So hold on. Let's look up this Chicago riot. What happened, dude? This is why you should watch this show, because I'm not sitting here with just some fixed format. We're going to actually get to the bottom of it. And if I am wrong, you can comment on issue 76 on GitHub. But I only use NewsGuard certified sources. So if if there is an error, you're going to have to go to the original source. I think you'll find that my information is usually more accurate and more detailed. So let's look at, I think this was the article that I had covered. So why are they looting? Misinformation. Police say the disorder broke out following false rumors of the suspect's age. So they said he was a teenager, but he wasn't. Misinformation that suggests the suspect at 15 has spread. That ages the suspect at 15. That's kind of a weird way to word it, but sure. On social media, Brown said that from this, people in cars made their way towards the downtown areas of Chicago and began looting because they want justice for Breonna Taylor. So if you want justice, there's a thing called a court system. So if you are not happy with what the police did here, there's the thing called justice. And I hate to be the one to actually give you this really basic civic lesson, but apparently you never got it. So in order to get justice, there's the thing called a court. And you have to go there, and it usually sucks to go there. I've been there a number of times. And it does suck. It's never fun, especially when they're felonies. But we in this country believe that it's better to let 20 innocent people free than one guilty person be in jail. So we tend to be very liberal with dismissals in court here. So sometimes this can feel like you didn't get justice if the court got dismissed, but you have to understand there's a lot of competing interest here to weigh. So this is the problem with equality movements. So people are under the misimpression that Nazism came about because they just wanted to be savage, brutal killers and be authoritarian jerks. No, that's not how it happened. That's just how it ended. It started in the women's suffrage movement. Fascism came about because of the women's suffrage movement. We read the Fascist Manifesto bullet points last time on the show, and it's freakish. Exactly. It is very ironic, very funny, exactly how leftist it is. Because your whole life you're thinking like these fascist people are these like horrible people, and then you go look at what they did, and they're like an equality movement. You're like, all right, how did this end up this way? Because they were socialist and they hated capitalist. And they thought capitalists needed to die, and that they needed to control the city, needed to control the country, which is also ironic because the red states are the Republican states, the rural states. They tend to be lower income, and the people in the city, almost all the largest cities are run by Democrats. So it actually closely mirrors Nazi Germany and the USSR in that regard. And I think that's just an element of human nature. But the justice requires that even if you didn't think that this charge was legit, you go through the system. Oh, yeah, so the Nazis, wait, I'm starting to talk about the Nazis, but I do have to complete that. So in 1918, women won their voting rights in Nazi Germany, and then they proceeded to elect the fascist, and then they elected Adolf Hitler. And so this is the ironic, weird, paradoxical thing that I didn't understand until I started studying the missing history that wasn't discovered until after the year 2000. So they discovered that Stalin had worked with Adolf Hitler, and they did a false flag operation to start World War II. It's legit. I didn't make it up. I heard it on NPR, and it's all 100% legit. So it opened up this world of new World War II history where we can see when we start to peer in there that the Nazis were actually lefties. But they voted for Adolf Hitler because they thought the white supremacist Jews were in control, and they had to take out the white supremacist, the Jews, because the Jews back in that time advocated for genocide. They were horrible white supremacists. Karl Marx was a rabid white supremacist. Adolf Hitler hated Karl Marx because he was a white supremacist, because he advocated for genocide, and because Marxism is a big fail. So they put in a dictator because they wanted freedom. This is what we covered last time on the show. We showed clips, a video clip from the Nazi era where they showed you that they were voting for freedom. I know this sounds crazy, strange, paradoxical, that the people in the city that would be rioting, looting, and murdering people for freedom, but it is actually equality movements that have killed the vast majority of people in wars and genocides recently. It's because there's one group of people that feels like they've been wronged, that they've been suppressed, and that they need to come and kill the other group of people in order to take control of them. And this is where the authoritarian dictatorships come from. And they come largely from the cities, because you do not see groups of people from rural areas going and taking over the city, because that would require a ungodly amount of political maneuvering to actually coordinate all of those groups out in the city, or out in the countryside. But if you're in the city, some study, I can't quote you which study, so you got to look it up. If I'm wrong, it's issue ticket 76 on GitHub. But one study that I heard was that it can only takes 4% of the population of a city to take over the government in that city. That's freakish. That's like less than one or more than 1 out of 20. Like, let's say that's about 1 out of 25 people. And then you can completely take over the government in a city. That should keep you up at night. This is what these black looter mobs are doing in Chicago. That is absolutely detestable what these people are doing. And these are hood Democrats. We call them hood Democrats because the Democrats owned slaves, started the KKK, and opposed women's suffrage, and passed the 1994 crime bill that started the prison industrial complex. KKK were hoods. So, and the hood Democrats are low-income people who live in big cities who vote for Democrats, and they live in the hood, and they engage in notorious groupthink. Individually, yeah, probably good people when you break them down, but then you stick them into a group of people, and you get a lot of crime, murders, a lot of drug abuse, homelessness, all kinds of really bad stuff. And it all revolves around a bad attitude towards education in those groups. I'm an engineer. I love education. I think y'all are missing out. Trust me. I got to invent possibly the world's most efficient water heater that sequesters CO2 through a breathing process similar to a cold-blooded animal. And it can give you free hot water in the wintertime. In the wintertime, it actually just gives you free hot water. And I did this from geeking out. And this is the antithesis of what these hood Democrats do. They typically are out doing drugs, partying, beating people up, robbing people. You name it, all the stereotypes that they threw at black people during the crack baby epidemic. That's what the hood Democrats do. They were stereotypes of these hood Democrats. And once you look back and you can identify which groups of people were causing the harm, it is actually rather humorous. Hood Democrats and white feminists, when you put the white feminists are a racist version of feminism, where they put white women's issues above everybody else. And Democrats used to be notorious racist. And so once they opposed women's suffrage and started the KKK and owned slaves, all these bad things that Democrats did, they had to change. So they changed into white feminists because it was the logical next step from detestable racism into white feminism. And then the white feminists joined with the hood Democrats. And they're all out there protesting about being oppressed. You're like, dude, do you think do any of you hood Democrats actually think that these white feminists would ever hire you for a job? I mean, for real. For real, dude. They're never going to hire you for a job, dude. Like, you are absolutely crazy if you think that they are going to hire you for a job. It's never going to happen. Sorry, I'm doing one really quick. I'm going to do it later, actually. Just trying to zoom me in really big, but I can't do it. So what about this article? So the black looter mobs. Let's go back to that one. Atkins also suggested the looting took place was justified. Quote, I think the looting is fine. People protest however they need to. People do whatever they need, she said. The businesses have insurance. They can get it all back. Where? Okay, so this lady, I had this lady up here in another slide. Where is she at? Yeah, here is this fruitcake. Let's watch this fruitcake. Shoot. I'm going to have to exit that real quick. Twitter's messed up. It's not me. This has nothing to do with this is Twitter's fault right here.
Macy's or a Nike because that makes sure that that person eats. That makes sure that that person has clothes. That's reparations. That is reparations. Anything they want to take it, because these businesses have insurance. They're going to get their money back. My people aren't getting anything. I don't care.
You're not getting anything because 45% of American males in most of these big cities are unemployed. And that's because they're trying to be an entrepreneur. So they wanted to, a large percentage of them wanted to sell drugs and be a rapper. And this is why there's so much crime in these cities. And it's because these people don't understand the very core principle of the economy, capitalism, is that the money is worth nothing if you don't produce anything. I know this sounds strange to people who just work jobs where other people produce things and you're just a replaceable cog, interchangeable, because that's just a superior way of doing business. But I am a business owner, and let me explain to you exactly how the world works. So if you have a farm under a capitalist system, and that farm will be highly productive, and then the farmer will they're not going to be rich, but compared to a lot of these hood Democrats, they're going to think that they're rich. So the socialists from the city are going to come and take the farm, and they want to, because they think it's not fair, because that's where all of these mass genocide things come from, is where people think that things aren't fair to them. So they'll take the farm from the capitalist farmer, and they will try to run the farm, and they'll find out that they're nowhere near as productive as that capitalist farmer, and they will let the farm denigrate into a dilapidate. It will become dilapidated, and then they will eventually have lines for bread that are 3 miles long. And when you get to the front of the line for bread, they will not have any bread. This repeats itself in every socialist or national socialist country that experiences it. It's because the very model of socialism does not work. That's why city people are more into it. The people out in the country inherently know that they are not very good at running dairy farms. The people in the city go buy stuff from the dairy farms, but the people in the country are like, that's a lot of work, man. I'm going to buy the milk from them because they do a way better job than I would. But the people from the city are like, all right, well, I'm at a huge city. My family settled at the bottom of the hierarchy in the big city. The rent is so damn high that everything is oppressive. And then they blame the Republicans, saying it's the racist Republicans holding the people in the hood Democrats in these cities run by the white feminist Democrats. And it just unravels it shows you exactly the problem of capitalism and the demographics that caused all the genocides in Europe, Russia, and China, and the mentality that goes on behind the scenes. It's these people saying they want reparations. Let me get this right. So somebody harmed somebody that you never met, that you possibly are not actually related to, because there's this thing called immigration, right? So the problem with these lefties, they don't know how to do statistics, dude. They honestly, they are brain dead when it comes to statistics. There was about 12.5 million African Americans from West Africa. And these slaves. So let's play a thought game here. Let's say we are a nation that is we're on the border from Africa. on the border from Africa. Okay. So you're Africa. You want to take over America because America's fucking awesome. Yeah. So, how many millions of your people would you send to die in a war to take over America? Just think about that for a second. So let's say there was a war that happened in your country, right? There's a war happened in your country because they happen all around the world, right? So they destroyed your city in a war. In this theoretical universe, let's say the Africans destroyed our cities and their cities so they could take over America. And then they took over America. They took over 13.3% of America, which is approximately worth $1.5 trillion GDP per year. What is life going to be like for the people that live in those cities that just got hit by a war? How is that life going to compare to African slaves? Instantly, you can tell these people need to shut the fuck up. They've never experienced oppression. They're little whammon, whining about oppression that's never happened to them, walking on the shoulders of giants, complaining about the rich people who have everything, how they have to work 2 jobs. Oh, work 2 jobs. They say, I'm the person holding them down, the white business owner. I'm the reason why these people in the big cities are oppressed because hold on. Why do they think they're oppressed? Oh. Yeah. So let me explain to you how many different jobs I have to work. So my business is called the A Startup or A Star Startup. I use A-star algorithms in order to automatically generate business models for you through my technology that I'm building, which is a fact-checking service. It's not built yet, but it's an artificial intelligence called WikiSpy, a tool for monitoring Wikipedia for tampering by hostile agents and political influence. So I have to analyze Wikipedia authors, go through their list of authors, and I have to determine, I have to paint a business model for the political bias of the Wikipedia author. I also have a MIDI and lighting controller technology company. I have my own audio interface, my own MIDI controller, my own music software. I also have a real simple news that I run. Like I'm doing newscasting. So I also do website development, and I also do some mechanical engineering. I'm the inventor of the organ cooler. It's a biomimicry inspired, it's a type of heat pump that sequesters CO2 in the process of extracting waste heat from your house. Basically, I freeze the heat back into your house. It's very low tech. It's not the highest tech thing in the world, but that's why it actually works, is because it's low tech. It's basically a swamp cooler with pure H2O in it, and you're just basically breathing in. You're using the H2O like blood to breathe in air from the windows and to take out the heat from your wastewater. So it gives you free hot water. And what other businesses do I run? I have a video game that I'm working on. I have, let me look through here. I'm making an open source government called the Freedom Government, which we're going to model our government in, and it's going to be part of WikiSpy. I also do the interactive gym environment educational kit, and that is basically an interface for environments that AI agents can use to manipulate the environment. This is what we use for WikiSpy to do our adversarial search technology that is basically like zipping up Wikipedia into a zip file and then using neural nets on your GPU in order to extract the data. And this allows you to use monitor your voice in real time to produce AI flashcards. So it's a memory augmentation technology. So these people are complaining that they have 2 jobs, right? I'm sitting here looking at you like you're a fucking idiot, dude. You don't know shit. Like your brain is about the size of a fucking pea, dude. 2 jobs. Try to take on 50, 100. You work 18, 20 hours a day. When I wrote the world's fastest number printing algorithm, I was working 18 hours a day. Not only that, I was working as my own attorney in a courtroom, having to learn how our constitutional law system works, Oregon laws, how to be my own attorney. And I was a student ambassador for my engineering school. I had to give building tours. 2. And I'm a parent. So tell me about how oppressed you are that you're an unemployed male in a big city and you don't have a job because you'd rather party, do drugs, have sex, and get in fights, rob, and kill people. Tell me about that. Tell me about how I'm oppressing you when I'm sitting at my house by myself, working on stuff on my computer in order to build a better life for my son so he does not have to experience all of the pain that I've had to experience from the bullying and the discrimination that I've faced from having dyslexia and complex post-traumatic stress syndrome, from being from legal abuse syndrome, from having to go through the courts and engineering school. Tell me about how oppressed you are. I can come out with a horror story. Let me tell you about the time I was almost killed by a serial killer gangbanger from Atlanta in a hostage situation between him and a pregnant woman holding guns at each other. Or the home invasion robberies, like the guys that put the knife to my sister's throat when she was pregnant with my nephew. How about that discrimination? How about the discrimination that I get? I'm in Eugene, Oregon, where vast majority of people are Democrats, and I'm one of the very few conservative people. I'm very outspoken. I used to throw huge raves, so I'm very known by thousands and thousands of people around here, and I am hated. I cannot get a normal job here in Eugene. I can't just go work for, what is that? Like, I can't go work down in the STEM. They got a place out by Walmart where there's a bunch of STEM places, like where Hynix was. I can't just go out there. They would hate me. They would like escort me off property saying I'm far right because I don't agree with immigration, or I support enforcing our immigration laws. But in Europe, that's considered far right because they've banned hate speech. And then eventually what happens when you ban hate speech is you get people abusing that in order to exclude people who are their political enemies. So I've had to experience it. I've been canceled. I've actually been canceled. I owe $100,000 to the federal government because I can't pay off my loans, because I've been having to live in fear of my life because I've received death threats for years after joining the Walk Away movement, because I helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protests. And I used to say I was Antifa. Used to joke that I was head of the Antifa, and people used to believe it, that it was a joke. And then I moved. So the people on the right wanted to kill me, and then I changed, and then the people on the left want to kill me. And now I have to lock up my house, make sure there's weapons everywhere, and make sure that my son has a plan for if someone comes in with a gun in my house. And I don't even leave my house. I don't bother anybody. I make YouTube videos to teach people about what's going on, the batshit crazy insanity that's going on with the leftist. And this makes me have to live in constant fear of my life at my house. But these people, to them, they think that's the reparations. They think it's just that I'm getting what I deserve. And they don't understand why people don't want to hire them. Like, dude, if you don't have my back, if you do not have my back, I don't have your back. No shit, Sherlock. To these people, they you know, they don't understand these things. In this next article, that was actually a part of the last news show, but the computer crashed. It's from the New York Post. China sanctions 6 major GOP lawmakers over Hong Kong retaliation. China has imposed sanctions on 11 U.S. citizens, including 6 prominent U.S. lawmakers, for the response to Hong Kong-related issues, the country's foreign ministry announced Monday. Quote, in a response to those wrong U.S. behaviors, China has decided to impose sanctions on individuals who have behaved egregiously on Hong Kong-related issues, end quote, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zhao Lijian said. Among those targeted were Senator Marco Rubio, Republican from Florida, Ted Cruz, Republican from Texas, Tom Cotton, Republican from Arkansas, Pat Toomey, Republican from Pennsylvania, and Josh Hawley, Republican for Missouri, as well as Representative Chris Smith, Republican from New Jersey. Oops, I missed him. So it's not just senators. It's, I guess that's why they use the word lawmakers there. Beijing sanctions did not include any Trump administration officials, and Zhao did not specify what sanctions would entail. The move comes in response to U.S. imposition of sanctions on 11 Hong Kong and Chinese officials accused of curtailing political reforms in Hong Kong, a former British colony that was handed back to the communist nation in 1997. I think that was just a huge mistake to ever do that. We should have just said, Jack, move, y'all ain't shit. Because China they've turned into a Nazi regime. People think that like Nazism is this like diametrically opposite to communism, and this is completely false. No, communism turns into National Socialism. That's what people don't understand. The left. Far left means the flattest hierarchy, traditionally. That's what the definition of it means. Far left means the flattest hierarchy, which is communism, where the community controls everything. And then the farthest right is National Socialism, where you can have private ownership, but the government is in control of the business. You can start a business, you can own a business, but if the government wants to commandeer your business for whatever purpose they want, they can do that. Then there's the steep hierarchy, which is what it means to be far right. Steep hierarchy versus flat hierarchy. And then China matches this definition exactly because they have hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside they use for a baby factory. It's bizarre. It is the most bizarre thing. A baby, like a baby factory out in the country. They send the children out to the cities to go send money back. And then so it turns out to be a baby factory. Then they have millions of Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. They have a dictator who looks just like Winnie the Pooh. They have ultra-rich Asians, so there's a huge difference in between the impoverished people in the country and the ultra-rich Asians, and it's a hierarchy. Why? Because you have to compete to get to the top. It's a competition. They want the best and the brightest, and they want them to compete. Because if they didn't, they would be beta as fuck. And so that is called National Socialism. That is the textbook definition of National Socialism. You can go into the specifics of how Germany organized their thing, but they weren't trying to just make it Germany. The reason why they hated the Jews was because they were the white supremacists who controlled the world, quote unquote. It wasn't actually true. But the Chinese also use the same tactic. So they say, if you say the word Kung Flu, that this is racist against Chinese. And the reason why is because they say Chinese is a race of people. What other group of people said that they were a race of people when they were, in fact, actually an ethnicity of people. Nazis. Nazis said, we are a race of people who are being discriminated against by the white supremacist Jews who controlled the world, and they had to take them out. It's the same story. They repeated it in Korea. They repeated it in China. They repeated it in Russia. Everywhere. It's the same story. That's how they take over. I've been noticing this stuff by seeing the patterns that these people go through in the phases of when they take over the countries. They're doing the same thing in America with this cultural Marxism. It's a left, right, center phase strategy. What you do is you make the left popular. And so in the United States, they are engaging in cultural Marxism in Hollywood to sell films in Hollywood. This was the lead story a few days back in Real Simple News. They've been Winnie the Pooh will not allow movies in China that are critical of Winnie the Pooh or of the Chinese Nazi Party. And they won't allow anything that encourages sedition, encourages Hong Kong to be a democratic state. And because of this, it's the left phase of the left-right center strategy. And what you do is you want to drum up fear. So what you have to do is you have to paint a boogeyman. So what you do is you start by bringing out, because you can't just bring out the boogeyman. You don't start with the boogeyman. This is what everybody's they think that everything was started from the end state of what we know of history. They're like, okay, Nazis were just bad genocidal maniacs. That's the end state. That's what Nazis were. No. Nazis started out as anti-racist liberals because Germany never owned slaves. They weren't racist. So they then thought they were wronged. They thought they had been that the Jews had taken from them because they lost a war, and the Jews had advocated that they give up their weapons, and then they after the war, they biased everything towards their in-group of people, which then caused them to be hated. And this is the same story going on here in America, too. They're saying the white supremacist American is controlling the country. They're saying that they've been wronged, that they have had their people have been killed, that the women are being oppressed. And so because of that, we need to circumvent our judicial system and just go with the mob rule mentality. And the people in Hollywood are actually bringing about real National Socialist, authoritarian, police state, nightmare, dystopia with cultural Marxism coming to a theater near you. They're literally paying off people in Hollywood to take formerly good movies, replace the character with a minority or a woman, and create an absolute just garbage bullshit movie. It sucked. But it doesn't have to make money in America. They make way more money in China when Winnie the Pooh subsidizes cultural Marxism. These are the ivory tower liberals who are pushing all of this anti-racism equality bullshit. And they're white feminists. Everything about these people's despicable. Now, I'm not saying that Democrats should no longer exist as a group. I think that a one-party rule that's the problem. is a one-party rule state. I would never want to live in a world where it's just the right or just the left. This is why we call them leftists and not the left. You have to target your language when you're talking about these people. Leftists believe in fairness, like people are getting oppressed and they have to do something to protect these people. So they have to join up with the people fighting. And when you're fighting, you're in an army that's what? An authoritarian structure. It's an authoritarian structure. When you fight in an army, by all definitions, that is as authoritarian as it gets. Your workplace is also, too, as authoritarian as it gets. So people who are pushing this are also pushing it in workplaces that are very authoritarian. So this is why it's incredibly dangerous that corporations in America are buying into this cultural Marxism. I worked as an outreach ambassador for Portland State University's engineering school to hire minorities and women to replace the white guys. I don't know if you noticed this. I am a cracker. I am very white. What am I doing? Why on earth are they hiring a white guy to go replace minorities with the white dudes with minorities and women? This is this very strange predicament. This was back when I was a radicalized liberal, and I didn't put any thought into it. But my boss was a Latina, and she told me we weren't trying to recruit black people because their GPAs were too low. They just wanted to recruit Latinos, Asians, and women. And if you're not familiar with this chart, I'm only showing it because I wish that it wasn't like this. I don't support this. I think that we can improve, but you cannot improve without first looking at the data. This is a chart of the GPAs of African Americans, Asians, white people, and Latinos. And at the bottom, we can see the African Americans are at the bottom. Here's the colors, or the triangle. Like triangle, so black people are the circle, Hispanics, Asians. So what we have is we have a situation where the African Americans have the lowest grades, followed by the Latinos, followed by the white people, followed by the Asians up there at top. Good job to the Asians. Definitely commendable job. But y'all really should not go so hard, because you have to put nets outside of the workplace to prevent people from jumping off the top of the buildings. And, well, I don't really know too many people that would actually really want to live in a world where you are going so hard they have to put nets around the building to prevent people from jumping off. That does not seem to be a good life to me. But what was the point of that? So we had the GPAs, and so these people in Hollywood pushing this cultural Marxism, they're saying the white man's oppressing the black people because the black people in the cities, they're in big cities, they fell at the bottom of the hierarchy. The rent's too damn high, where everything is oppressive. Even the white people that live there feel oppressed. So if the white people in the city are feeling oppressed, too, because the rent is so damn high, everything's so expensive, it obviously can't be racism that's holding the black people down. Because if that was true, then everybody in the city that was white would just be fabulously wealthy, because with the rent prices and how much money they're making at those businesses, they would have to be filthy, stinking rich, right? No, it's not the way it works in big cities. People are usually living paycheck to paycheck. They're spending all their money. It's going up into the property value, and some dude a long time ago made the money, and then now everybody's not making the money. So the people in Hollywood, going back to the topic, because that was a little bit of a tangent, but it is actually necessary. These people in Hollywood, they're advocating for that we endorse feminism, because they want women to put off having a child until their 30s. and kill off their family line in order to slave for some millionaire. And then they're going to tell you that the millionaire is a bad person for being successful. And because everybody wants to slave for this person, that somehow this was a bad person or something. And the reason why is because they get popularity, they get likes on the internet. When you say the wham-men are oppressed on Twitter, people will like your post. They will. But if you're a conservative and you post something thought-provoking on Twitter, it will be like a ghost town, crickets chirping. Nobody's going to like your post. Trust me. Go to my Facebook or go to my Twitter at RSS Commentary. There's definitely plenty of proof that it is conservatives like what they see and they love what they hear, but they're conservative with their likes. That's because they're conservative people. So we have a situation where the leftists are running amok. They're getting anything that they want. They're because they have these Hollywood celebrities getting paid by China in order to kill off our culture by replacing our movie characters with minorities and women, even though there's 72% white people in this country. They now want 50% of the candidates to be black, 50% to be Latino, 50% to be Asian, 50% women. And obviously they've never taken statistics because those numbers don't add up to 1. And next, now we've got China sanctioning people. I, too, openly encourage sedition of Hong Kong, that they bring democracy to Hong Kong and overthrow the overweight dictator Winnie the Pooh and get those Uyghur Muslims out of those concentration camps and get those well, I don't know what to tell them about the people in the countryside with the baby factory thing, because there's so many people there, they can't all live the American lifestyle. So the reason why they're doing that is because there's not enough resources to share with those people. So they're living the American lifestyle in the cities while the baby factories are pumping out baby. It's bizarre. I mean, everything under Nazism is completely bizarre. That's why it started as an equality movement, because when you are in Looney Town, all of the signs are backwards and they all go to the same place. They all have the wrong names on them. This is why we call it authoritarianism and Looneyville. Sorry, one more.
We ran into each other at a
What was this?
restaurant.
I don't know what that was. In this next story from Fox News, arrested Portland rioters won't face charges under revised policy? Oh, God. No. I live in Eugene. Really? Like, these people might come and try to attack me at my house, dude. Like, you're not going to, like, at least have our day in court? I mean, they're asking for justice. Apparently, if they're wanting justice, then they would win in court, right? It says, if you are out there committing violence or damaged property, you will be prosecuted, the DA says. Hundreds of rioters in the Portland war zone were arrested over the past 80 days of rioting and terrorization of the Oregon communities. They will not face any charges because of the corrupt Democrats who are not prosecuting them because they want them to vote for them. Multnomah County District Attorney Mike Schmidt announced on Tuesday, quote, the rioters are angry and deeply frustrated with what they perceive to be structural inequalities in our basic social fabric. Portland's the whitest city, big city in the country. I mean, I'm trying to figure out where they're getting this whole like perceived inequality from. Oh, they're in the city. Oh, right. So the rent's too damn high. Okay, so this is frustration can be escalated to the levels that violate the law. Schmidt said the policy acknowledges that centuries of disparate treatment of Black and brown communities have left deep wounds, that the healing process will not be easy or quick. But this is one of the whitest cities in the country. Okay. All right. The policy drops charges against rioters who were arrested for interfering with peace officers or parole and probation officer, disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, escape, harassment, and riot, unless they were accompanied with some charge of physical violence or property damage. Portland has been rocked for months following the fentanyl overdose of the methed out George Floyd, who died in an ambulance of a heart attack because he had 14 lethal doses of fentanyl in his system, 11 nanograms per milliliter. Lethal dose is 0.75 nanograms per meter. That is 14 lethal doses of fentanyl. So rioters decry the use of force by police to stop the rioting, especially against the Wafrican Americans. Wafrican Americans. The Wafricans and the women. Portland or peace riots in Oregon City descended into peaceful demonstration. What the look, when you go to a protest and it turns into a riot, when you go home and go to sleep and then you come home and it's not a different protest just because you went home and got some sleep. It's a multi-day riot. If you are going back to riot, and if you go there because you know there's going to be a riot there, you're going there to riot because you know you're not allowed to go down there, because if you do, it's going to turn into a riot. Rioters clashed outside of the precinct in the north and east of the city. The police union headquarters and building that houses police officers in downtown. Some of the agitators have attacked officers, throwing fireworks, eggs, and objects at police and shining lasers in their eyes to permanently blind them. Because apparently they're fascist or something? Officers, meanwhile, used pepper spray and made sweeping arrests to disperse crowds. President Trump, the king of memes, sent federal officers to Portland, thank God, in July to tamp down on violence and protect federal property, paid for by the taxes that we paid for. A move that prompted further unrest by the lunatic lefties. Agents from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and U.S. Marshal Services were finally ordered to leave the city after accusations that unidentified officers were making unexplained arrests without probable cause, claims that are now being investigated by the Justice Department. Because this is stupid. This whole thing about the feds abducting people off the street was nonsense. There was no truth to it. When you are arrested by when a police officer is doing an investigation, they are not required to tell you their identity. We have undercover police officers. I mean, I know it takes a genius to understand this, right? But you got an undercover police officer, and then he comes and they bust you. And after they bust you, they have to reveal their identity to you. But until they bust you, and they don't have to reveal their identity to the public. This is key. They are not required to reveal their identity to the public. They're required to reveal their identity to the court when they go into court. This is why they do it, because if they don't, the perp will get off on the charges. But to a lunatic lefty who is victim of the radicalized university systems, who's never faced oppression, who's had everything handed to them, cushy life, to them, it's all oppression because it's popular. People, if they go out, people will like their post on social media. So this kind of tells you exactly what's going on. It's a bunch of posers out there trying to get a photo op for Facebook, trying to come up on the quote-unquote equality movement, because we already had a civil rights movement and they already won. So now they want equality because making everyone equal is going to somehow be better than Marxism, right? Portland Police Chief Cuck Lovell, who was told the... Sorry. Oops. Chuck Lovell was told the policy change on Friday pushed back against the new rules and said they don't change Oregon law, insisting that people who commit violent acts or intentionally damage property should be held accountable. I do so apologize, Chuck, for mispronouncing your name. Blue Lives Matter, back the blue. All I saw was... I didn't see the H, dude. Quote, committing a crime is different from demonstrating, Lovell said in a statement. The arrests we make often come after hours of damage to private property, disruption of public transit, traffic on public streets, thefts from small businesses, arson, burglary, attacks on members of the community, attacks against police officers. And I'm going to add in that intimidation of pedestrians and people in vehicles. Because when I helped start the 26 Portland anti-Trump protest, one of the most vivid scenes in my mind was there was this guy riding around the protest on a motorcycle, and he was like in his early 20s, and he was really tough. He would have kicked my ass, and he was doing wheelies in the parking lot all the time. And we were stopping traffic, and there was always a mob, hundreds and hundreds of people around, and the people being unlawfully detained were understandably very upset about it. And this guy on the motorcycle, he had these gloves, these plastic motorcycle gloves, and he would pull people out of their cars and start wailing on them if they would complain about being pulled over. He'd break their windows, mess up their cars. And you never heard about that. You never heard about that. Right? All they say is it's a peaceful protest. No, man, it's a peaceful protest. It wasn't a riot. This was before it was a riot, dude. This was way before it was a riot. This was normalized. This was absolute criminal, malicious behavior from somebody who could have killed someone, who needs to be in jail. But to these people, they're like rock stars. These people brutalizing people. These protesters are no better than Nazis. They're absolute detestable, spineless scum socialists from the cities who engage in cultural Marxism. They complain about having to work 2 jobs. Their GPA's very poor. They do too many drugs. They have sex and make baby moms, and then they're not there for their kids. They're just not good people. And then they end up being the ones that they promote up to the top of the Democrats, because these are the oppressed people. If you challenge their oppressed status, their victimhood, they will come after you. They'll fuck you up, dude. They'll ban you. They'll cancel you. They'll harass you when you go out in public. And then they want you to vote for them. And this is why I don't support anything they do. This is why I think that they're spineless scum. Anything else here? This one, I think that's it, right? What about the Facebook thing? In this next article from NPR, QAnon supporter who made bigoted videos wins the Georgia primary, likely heading to Congress. Shoot. Hold on. Sorry. Why is that like that? It's stupid. Hold on. Sorry. I'm eventually going to program my own RSS reader. There's too many issues with this thing. Apologize for the delay. I do everything live because I have always been a trumpet player my whole life. I like to rock it on the horn. I'm an improv musician. Let me retry that one. Not the right one. Sorry. Here we are. Sorry, I got to chop these things up into smaller clips. In this next article from NPR, QAnon supporter who made quote-unquote bigoted videos wins Georgia primary, likely headed to Congress. President Trump is congratulating Marjorie Taylor Greene, calling her a future Republican star. Greene had endorsed a theory that satanic pedophiles secretly run the world. Is that their claim of bigotry? That there's people like Jeffrey Epstein who are billionaires who have massive numbers of sluts and prostitutes everywhere they go, that they're running the world. You know, if you actually look at it, there are, these people who run hedge funds and who run Washington, D.C., they actually do hire a lot of hookers. There's no joke in that. Let's see, Washington, D.C., and then hookers, right? Let's look up some stories about Washington, D.C. No, not workers, hookers. Right, so prostitution. So, let's see. Dangerous, degrading, dehumanizing prosecutors say men lured vulnerable teens and women into sex work on D.C. streets. I don't agree with that with the Washington Times. I don't agree with that. One dead, 20 injured in D.C. shooting. Prosecutors pimp kept minutes contract with victims, and that's from Maryland, which is next to D.C. King County prosecuting attorneys warns of... Nah. This is what we do. If you want to search, you got to put the quotes around it. So there's definitely prostitution, a lot of prostitution going on in Washington, D.C. from people working in the government. They don't have girlfriends. They're working all day, and they end up hiring hookers. It's not a theory. It's a fact. It's something that you can. Here's a D.C. prostitution sting. 60 people arrested in Washington, D.C. There's absolutely nothing that is contested about this. Everybody knows Washington, D.C. has hooker problems, right? So then you look up the Steele dossier. Let's look it up. Steele dossier. Because you have to debunk these people's claims that QAnon is illegitimate, one piece of evidence at a time. So they said in this Steele dossier, golden showers. So there was compromat And so the Russians are alleging that they used hookers to get compromat on Donald Trump, that Donald Trump and these two hookers did a golden showers party in a hotel in Russia, in St. Moscow? No, sorry, not St. Moscow. Just the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Moscow is what this is saying. So this Steele dossier has been proven to be complete garbage. Not that Christopher Steele intentionally meant to deceive us, but that Christopher Steele was known as a compromised asset, and he was fed disinformation. Donald Trump does not drink. He does not do drugs. He's a family man. So him doing golden shower parties with hookers in Moscow does not. It's a red flag for this is BS. But the lefties think all of this stuff is true and that the right is just pushing out fake news. So we have a situation where there's prostitute networks in Washington, D.C. There's Jeffrey Epstein, who is associated with the Clintons. He's had interactions with Donald Trump. I don't think there's any sort of relation between the two people. We'll get to that in another Epstein accuser that I'm going to call out as being a liar. So the QAnon conspiracy theory is saying that there's a group of people that work around Washington, D.C. Most of them live in the local area, and in that area, working for the federal government is a staple job, like working at the lumber mill in a place back when lumber mills were the staple job before they went away, or the factory, another staple job. Working in the government, these people who work at the government, they tend to be multiple families, generations of families that work for the federal government, that they tend to hire their friends and family. This is what we call the deep state. So these people are calling them a pedo cult, but I'm going to push back on that. Statistically speaking, if you have an 18-year-old hooker, you're going to have a 17-year-old hooker. If you have a 17-year-old hooker, you're going to have a 16-year-old hooker, and so on down the line. Each rung down on the ladder will have fewer and fewer men willing to commit statutory rape there. It's called statistics. People on the left don't understand it very well, and apparently not everybody on the right understands it either. What does this article say? A Georgia Republican has said the Muslims do not belong in government, expressed her beliefs in the baseless conspiracy theory called QAnon, has won her primary runoff and is all but certain to win a seat in the House of Representatives in November. So why did she say Muslims don't belong in the government? Because they vote for Sharia law. Let's look up what percent of Muslims in the U.S. support Sharia law. This is why you should like and subscribe to this channel, because we don't just go on a script. We're actually going to get the information. Here's the chart from the Pew Research. I need to add these onto a list of links. Trying to automate the show. If I don't, it's going to take a long time later. So here's where's the Sharia law thing I'm looking. Sorry. Here's the chart. This was actually the article that I was looking for. Oh, and it's even bookmarked. I thought it looked familiar. Should have been cued in by the fact I knew where to go in the article. Where is the United States here? There's Europe. These are the percents of Muslims that support Sharia law. We're looking for the United States. Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa. United States. Sorry. That didn't tell me what I wanted to know. Looking for the percent. What? United States. 86. Hold on. Wait, hold on. No. In the United States, 2011 survey found 86% of Muslims say such tactics are rarely but never really justified, and that was about Muslims say suicide bombing. So they're not endorsing suicide bombing here in the United States like they do in other parts of the world. But fundamentally, let's look for this statistic elsewhere because this wasn't. This is not. %99% of people in Afghanistan support Sharia law. Sorry, this fact's coming down to be a little bit harder to find than I wanted. Well, I'm just about to have to give up on this. Maybe this one. What did that Quora thing say? These people, man, I can't stand Quora. Like, I get a lot of views on Quoras. Only 1,146 this week. They've obviously removed a lot of them. I usually have a lot more. They've gone down. Estimate. Come on. Application of Sharia in the U.S. I hate it when people don't just answer the question. No, don't ever start with, if you're going to answer a question, if it asks you what % of people in the U.S. support Sharia law, don't be a wingnut and go, Sharia law is just not one, and it's a broad practice, application, blah, 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 and all that blah, blah. It's like, that's a fucking horrible answer. This dude's answer is absolutely horrible. Just answer the question. If you can't answer the question, don't answer the question. People do this stuff all the time. Your question is not clear. No, actually, it's very clear. And I'd estimate, if you can estimate, don't ever answer. Okay, I can't find that. If you can answer that question, please, on issue ticket 76, because most people on Quora are, in fact, actually stupid. Moving on to the next article. Wait, hold on. What about this Valerie, dude? This chick. Valerie. Marjorie, I mean. So they say she's bigoted because she thinks that people who support Sharia law shouldn't be in the Congress. I'm also going to have to support that. If you are a Nazi, you support either Xi Jinping. If you support Sharia law, if you support anything authoritarian, you do not belong in our government. You should not be there. The Americans don't want you to be in our government. In fact, everybody from around the world is also, too, going to chime in there and say, too, nobody wants you in the government if you're going to be a Nazi or a fascist or a genocidal maniac, or if you're going to encourage other people to be genocidal maniacs. President Trump congratulated Green on Wednesday, calling her the future Republican star who is also strong on everything. Congratulations to future Republican star Marjorie Taylor Greene on the big congressional primary to win Georgia against very tough and smart opponent. Marjorie is strong on everything and never gives up. Real winner. Many high-ranking Republicans in the U.S. Representatives distanced themselves from Greene after earlier summer when Politico highlighted a video in which Greene expressed anti-Muslim sentiments. Let's see what they're saying as anti-Muslim sentiments. This is the way that these people work, is they link you to another article because they want you to read their propaganda. And then when you read it, you'll see that the other person didn't actually cite the source either. It's just their opinion. They're like, oh, well, look, we took a screenshot of the video. So we can see, let's look her up. Go to YouTube. Let's look up Margaret. Let's see what are the anti-Muslim videos. Let's see what she said, because who knows? She might.
Okay, now.
Very long. So we might not be able to watch this whole thing.
Following 4chan, Q, any of that stuff? Anybody? I'm going to watch for your comments here. Okay, so we posted an article just a few days ago about who is Q. We posted that on American Truth Seekers. There has been a lot of chatter. I don't know how much you guys know about Q. It's an anonymous person. All right, so Q is a patriot. We know that for sure, but we do not know who Q is, okay? So now the question is, I'm going to talk about this, and I'm going to tell you I don't know who Q is, but I'm just going to tell you about it because I think it's something worth listening to and paying attention to. Okay, and the reason why is because many of the things that he has given clues about and talked about on 4chan and other forums have really proven to be true. Okay, so there's some really interesting things about this person Q. All right, so I want to tell you a little bit some of the interesting things about it, and I'm going to pull up the article that we put up because some of them are in there. Let me get it here for you. Okay, now there's a couple of things that happened. One of them was when Q signs off, he puts 3 little crosses in a row, 3 little crosses, and that's how he signed off. Now, he signed off with 3 crosses in a row on November 6th, and within a matter of minutes, President Trump, in his tweet right after that on November 6th, he put, it was 7 minutes later, Trump put 3 little crosses on his tweet. And it was not, it was just more than a coincidence. It was really that Eric very pro-Trump, okay? Is not a lot of other very bad criminals that need.
Okay, so what are they? This is the problem. So they're saying this woman made some bigoted comments. It's in a YouTube video. You're going to have to watch the video. You watch the video. It's like, all right, this is really long. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. So they can basically do whatever they want. This is how the Southern Poverty Law Center operates. This is how they do their smears. They say this person said this thing in a YouTube video. Then they take it out of context, and without the context, it makes it gives it a completely different meaning. And then they say that you're a bigot. So first they saying, oh, she's making anti-Muslim statements, right? That's bigotry. Like, oh, well, what she's saying is that people who endorse Sharia law should not be in the government. And then, oh, okay. So when you actually break down what she actually says, she's not a bigot. It's just the leftist line. And this is NPR. They're taking our tax money. They're taking tax money from me and my family and then using it to attack political candidates that I support. Fundamentally, this should not be happening. NPR should not, I'm not saying they shouldn't exist. They should not be funded by the government. If your stuff is so good, you should operate like all of the other radio stations that have to do tricks to get their money. This is what makes them innovative and makes it so that they don't put out fake news. Is in order to survive, put out a good product. And so NPR should also join these people. So I'm going to, this is enough for this. Whoever is living in Georgia, you should vote for Miss Valley Taylor Greene because she is not a spineless coward and she will actually stand up. People say, oh my God, these racist people are so horrible. They're like Nazis. They're KKK. And then in the reality of the situation is that there's about 20,000 homicides in the U.S. each year. About half of them are committed by black people. And 54% of the victims are African or black. So the racist people typically are some of the only people who have enough of a spine to actually say something. So you can hate on them for being racist all you want, but it is a form of free speech. I am not the thought police. I personally love black people. I think that they are hilarious and that they are far more entertaining than most of the squares. But if you don't like hood Democrats, I don't like hood Democrats either. But the whole idea that we have to root out racism out of our government is completely antithetical to the notion of freedom and democracy and what America was based on, which is free speech. We've always supported the position that I don't like your speech. I don't agree with you, but I'll fight to the death to protect your ability to say that speech. Ever since I was a child, everybody has always said that. Until recently, when the Democrats started pandering to the minorities, whenever they elected Barack Obama, and whenever the race relations went sour, because as it turns out, if you only pander to minority groups, and that's the way that you get elected, like Mr. Magoo, Joe Magoo Biden, and Kamala the Snitch Harris, like their party platform is they want to give $15,000 to minority first-time homeowners. They want to give them business loans, and they want to make the Federal Reserve talk about race because, you know, that's what the Federal Reserve was created for, to talk about racism. But that's how they're getting elected. That's how they're winning. And they're the ones that are trying to say they're trying to shut everybody else down, shut down your free speech, cancel you. If you're racist, you can no longer work for the federal government. But there's a big, huge problem with that. That goes against everything that our Constitution stands for. If you are racist, you also, too, paid taxes. The government works for you. You are 100% allowed to participate in government. In fact, I would highly encourage you to do that. I might not agree with you, but I would love to debate you to prove that you are wrong. And all of the lefties will cheer. And this is why you should vote for the Republicans, because we are not spineless cowards who shut down free speech, who prevent someone from speaking because you think they're racist. Some of the most revolutionary people in the history of the world were racist. Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. Thomas Jefferson he wrote something called the Declaration of Independence. Let's read it. What does the Declaration of Independence say? Even though they're fake news. It says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It gives me chills to say these words crafted by such a wise, noble person who was also a slave owner. I grew up in Charlottesville, Virginia, home of Thomas Jefferson. We used to go to Monticello on Thomas Jefferson's birthday on a school field trip, and we would learn about the evils of slavery. Recently, the lefties canceled Thomas Jefferson's birthday celebration because of the black looters mob, because we have to appease the minority groups. And this is my fundamental problem with Mr. Magoo, Joe Magoo Biden and Kamala the Snitch Harris, are that what do they support? What do they stand for? What is the living will of Kamala Harris here? The living will of Kamala Harris is that white men are bad, that they can't be trusted to run the country because they're racist and they're sexist, and that we can't have a vice president who looks like the majority of people because that would be systemic racism. Even though that would be democracy. Mm-hmm. And they want to remove the white man from power. They want the minorities they want to make them come up in the business world so that they can be above people like me, because they want me to suffer. They want my business to fail, and they want to prop up a minority-owned business because I'm a white male. And yeah, that's pretty fucked up, dude. That's racist that's anti-white racism. That's sexism. There's age discrimination involved in there because the people that you want to replace me with are younger, more diverse people who do not think like the white males do. And that is bigotry. That's called being intolerant of other people's views. And the left is absolutely guilty of being the worst type of hypocrite, which is a leftist. In this next article from Fake News Week, riots erupt in India's Bangalore over Facebook post about the Prophet Muhammad. At least 3 people were killed when police fired live ammunition to break up the violent protest. And if you'll notice, when the people engaging in the protest are not African Americans, they do actually label them as violent. But in America, the Democrats need the African Americans to vote for them. So you can't mention the violence in the African American community. You just have to pretend like it doesn't actually exist. Because if you did actually call it out, nobody would vote for them. Several people have been killed in the southern Indian city of Bangalore after rioting broke out, reportedly sparked by Facebook posts that local Muslims regard as blasphemous. At least 3 people were killed Tuesday night when police opened fires on crowds that were protesting the Facebook post, since deleted, which Muslims said it was offensive to the Prophet Muhammad. So if you're unfamiliar with the Prophet Muhammad, Muhammad was a pedophile. He had a wife named Aisha. This is a Wikipedia article about it. Aisha, it is... there are conflicting stories that she was between the age of 6 and 9 when she married the pedophile Muhammad. They tried to say, no, he's not a pedophile. She was 9. That's crazy. Here it is. Some traditional Haitian sources state Aisha was betrothed to Muhammad at the age of 6 or 7. He was 44. Other sources say she was 9. and she had a small marriage ceremony. Some sources put the date in her teens, but both the date and her age at marriage were later consummation that Muhammad in Medina are sources of the controversy and discussion amongst scholars. So, this is the guy they're writing to support. What? If you're unfamiliar with what's happening in India, maybe you should get a little history lesson of what happened. There are massive pockets of in India. So there's these detention camps. So what happened, let's get a map. Because it helps to know the background of this, because people hate on the Indian Prime Minister Modi because he's part of some group that's called the RSS, which is not the same as RSS commentary. That's really simple syndication. But let's look at the map. Oh, come on. Wikipedia is not very good. Supposed to put a map. First thing you should do is always have a map. So we have a map. This will help us. Looking for the map, the pockets of the camps, where they're at. Here they are. This was what I was looking for. Where are they? Oh, come on, man. They linked from the article. I was hoping that was going to be the article, the source of where they got that info from, which was a good source. Once you see the area of where they're at, here we are, the Muslim population in India. This is what I was looking for. Not the exact thing I was looking for, but good enough. So we have over here Pakistan. Over here we got China. Over here we got Nepal. I want you to notice that there are lots of different cultures around here. They're not all just Muslims. So Muslims make up about a third of the world. They are one of the most dominant cultures of people in the world. They do worship a pedophile. So there's these pockets. What happened over here in India is that there was people that flooded across the border in illegal immigration, and they have these big pockets of very large pockets of Muslims that support Sharia law. They want to take out the Indian government, and they want to sedition. They want to do sedition, and they want to make a Muslim state so they could practice Sharia law over here in these circles with the red dots. I don't know if we can make this any bigger. Yeah. All right. See these big red dots, right? So these are where the people are at, and if you criticize their pedophile prophet, they will kill you. They'll riot. They'll come and burn your city down. And I don't know like what kind of world these people live in, but in our world, when you're a pedophile, you are vile, disgusting monster. You're hated. People hate you. They think that you should be killed. These people worship a pedophile. They literally bow down and worship a pedophile multiple times a day. This is 1/3 of the world. And they would kill me if they knew I said that. I'll get you first, motherfucker. What did they say? What was in the post? What were these wingnuts off looting and rioting in Bangalore about? Do we have a picture of the image? I want to see the tweet. Can we see it? Riots, Bangalore, Facebook post. Let's see what these people with anger management problems said. Let's see if we can find it. I don't want to look too much. Here's a picture of the incident taken by somebody who had their autofocus on their camera on. Please turn the autofocus on your camera off next time, please. Muslims created a human chain to guard the temple in Bangalore during the violence. Here is a video. We have a picture of the original post. I don't think that we're actually going to find the original post. I would have to take a little while to actually find that. To be quite honest, probably not going to happen. Let's move on to another story. In this next story from the New York Post, an overweight Chinese man, big belly, saved him from falling down a well. Luckily, he's got guts. An overweight Chinese man found his big belly to be a lifesaver after he got wedged in a well. It stopped him from falling down, according to officials. The 28-year-old, identified as Liu, got trapped in his family's well after breaking through the board that had been used to cover it. So, obviously, the board broke because of his weight, but his weight did actually save his life, so I guess to each his own. I just wish you a happy life. This next article from the Daily Mail. Locals flock to see a lucky two-headed cow born in Indonesia. The female calf, which many locals believe will bring good luck, was delivered on a farm in Podok Wulu village in East Java, Indonesia on Sunday night. Whoa, two-headed cow. We had a two-headed turtle on the show last time, so now we had a two-headed cow. We even get a video of the two-headed cow. Woo!
Kan dokter besok bisa berdiri 3 hari kan dokter itu. 3 hari baru bisa bangun. Ya bisa. Nanti jam 12 dokternya datang lagi. Nah itu mau. Yang paling enom lah tahun ya. Iya kan dong terus.
I don't know about you, man, but if I was on acid, that would be one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. If I was in there, I would so be like getting a picture of my face with the two-headed cow. In this next article from the Times of Israel, Facebook reports progress in catching hate speech, including anti-Semitism. The social media antitrust giant says its increased proactive detection rate by 6 points, taking it to 95%, taking action on 22.5 million pieces of content deemed to be hateful. So if you're unaware, in the AI world, I am an AI engineer. So when you say that an algorithm has 89% of accuracy in the AI world, that's pathetic. That is absolutely nothing to be proud of. That means you could take a shotgun and shoot at the side of a building and you would still probably miss it. You might hit it once, but nope. You're probably not going to hit the side of a building with that one. Now, if you increase it to 95% accuracy, now when you shoot that building, you're probably going to hit it with 1 or 2 pellets, but you're not going to do very much damage to it. Facebook on Tuesday. Oh, sorry, that was the right. Yeah, Facebook on Tuesday reported progress in catching abusive content on the platform it relied on to automate systems during the pandemic. So this is the problem with like Jewish people. Like, okay, so the censorship that is coming from Facebook is not good for Jews or Israel. But they're going with it. These people are actually writing this story. They're saying, no, this is good because they're catching anti-Semitism. This is bad. They're engaging in anti-Semitism when they do this. They're saying the white supremacists control the world. In World War II, the white supremacists were the Jews, dude. They blamed the Jews for problems that had happened to them. And so when Facebook engages in this censoring of alternative points of view, this is classified as news. So when somebody posts something on social media and that's a claim, or that is a form of either opinion, or it's a claim of a fact, or it's a claim of an event, which is a fact. So you can't really like split hairs on who exactly is the news and who exactly is the commenters, because in the eyes of the law, it's like freedom of religion. The government doesn't have any sort of place in there to say any of you guys can't be the press or any of you people can't be the commenter. The government is only there to protect your right to engage in that speech. And this is why we give companies what are called Section 230 protections. If you're unfamiliar with those, Section 230 is part of the 42 U.S. Code, and it gives them protection from tort lawsuits for people who comment on their sites. And these tort lawsuits can be over libel, slander, or copyright, or other things that are similar to this. And we give them this pass because we don't want them to stifle our free speech. We won't want them to stifle innovation. So we made it so that they can not get sued for people who upload their content that was in violation of the law, because as long as they do their part to enforce the law, such as removing copyrighted materials from their website after they get a copyright strike. There's an entire process for getting a copyright strike. If you want to enforce your copyright laws, to get protection under this, you have to have a dedicated person that you send all your copyright claims to. They're very detailed in what you have to do in order to jump through these hoops to not be sued in court. So Facebook wants to act as a publisher here. They want to edit the content And newspapers, too, don't write the stories. They hire other people to write the stories, and then they edit the content. So the fact that Facebook is not the author of the content does not mean that they're not exempt from Section 230. No, they've been getting away with stuff that they shouldn't. Let me go farther in the article. Look up, if you're unfamiliar with Section 230, watch some videos on it. It's a very, very technical piece of law that is, it's in the media a lot. I've covered it a lot on the show. I'm going to go on in the article. The leading social network released its latest enforcement report as it announced updated policies to bar specific kinds of implicit hate speech, such as a blackface or stereotypes about Jewish people controlling the world, which is functionally identical to stereotypes of white supremacists controlling the world, or the 1%. Facebook said it took action on 22.5 million pieces of content deemed to be hateful on the Facebook and Instagram platforms in the second quarter of this year, according to the internet giant's latest enforcement report. Despite the impact of COVID-19, improvements on our technology enabled to take action on more content in some areas, the report stated. Some of the improvement was credited to expanding automated detection in more languages, including Spanish and Burmese, better understanding of posts in English. Automated detection of hate speech in Instagram rose to 84% with the image-centric social network action of the total 3.3 million pieces of content in the second quarter. So it was, I think they have different numbers here. So I first heard it was 86%. Then they're saying here it started at 84, and then they went, and the last report was 89, I think, and then now it's 95. I think that's the way the progression goes. If I have it wrong, comment on issue 73 for this show. An Instagram equity team and Facebook Inclusive Product Council were created to help make sure that cultural fairness is built into products. According to the report, Facebook also said it launched Diversity Advisory Council to provide input on topics and issues. Progress was also reported in automatic detection of terrorist content, Facebook taking action on 88.7 million pieces of content in the second quarter. Facebook remains under pressure about fight abuse and deceit content on its platform, boycott advertise, amid a boycott by advertisers, which actually arguably boosted their profits, while fending off accusations as unfairly stifles politically conservative voices, such as the Israelis. Because Democrats don't like Israelis. They don't. They think that Jews control the media because the Republicans support Israel. So they think they have to have some sort of Jewish cabal in order for them to actually be able to control the media, and that the Republicans are these like fascist people. And as it turns out, that's actually anti-Semitism right there. And the Republicans don't support that. So that's why they actually support the Israelis. So let's look at what they did, because they censored me. So gotta go to the support inbox, or I could just go actually to my page. There it is. So here was said it went against community standards. And this is what I said. They said it was hate speech. I said somebody was posting something about Europe and how like everybody supports European policies. So I'm being facetious in this comment. It's not actually serious. It's just a joke. It says, I would say the opposite. Europeans are retarded, ignorant jerks. They're all brainwashed socialist drones. Fuck Europe. It is a shithole. And so why did I say this, right? Because you're saying it's hate speech, right? Why did I say this? Why do I think Europeans are retarded, ignorant jerks? Because they banned hate speech. The reason why I posted that is because they banned hate speech. So I think that they're jerks because they banned hate speech, because I got canceled because I'm an engineer and I invested $100,000 into getting a engineering degree, computer engineering, and then during this period, and I learned the truth about the absolutely batshit and crazy insanity, corruption the Democrats have been engaging in, and the cultural Marxism from China. So once you've seen that these people will target you, that they'll say, oh, this person engages in hate speech, and then they'll fire you. And that, I believe, is a jerk thing to do. That is retarded. It is ignorant. It makes you a fucktard. If you cancel someone, that person will hate you. They should. Because if you are the type of person that cancels people, you suck. People hate you. You deserve to be canceled yourself. I think that you're a horrible person. We are going to cancel you too. And this is over hate speech. And so this is the problem with hate speech bans, is that people exploit them in order to target their political enemies. So they say that trying to enforce our immigration laws, that is hate speech. Anything that they don't like, that they disagree with, becomes hate speech because they're wah men. And they turn into jerks. Okay, so once you've been canceled, these people will not deal with you anymore. They think that you engage in hate speech. They will get you removed from social situations. And it makes you want to beat their ass. It does. It makes you want to fuck them up. And they're not all brainwashed socialist drones. Vast majority of them are brainwashed socialist drones. That is a factual error there. Let's explore this a little bit more in detail. Here, I've got an article for us as soon as I can find it. This next article from foreignpolicy.com, how Europe fell out of love with China. EU officials speak increasingly of Beijing as a rival, not a partner. Unlike Trump, they don't want a divorce. So this is why I said they're brainwashed socialist drones, because this is the problem fundamentally with why liberals are so apeshit. And when I say liberals, I don't mean just that liberals are just people who want equality, and then conservatives are like this like group of evil people trying to prevent people from being equal. I mean it in the American context of liberal versus conservative, left versus right, where the right is the conservative power structure, and in America we're trying to conserve classical liberalism. In America, social conservatism is a more evolved form of liberalism, where you are protecting the Constitution as opposed to trying to destroy it. So these leftist scumsuckers, they want to be the exact opposite, because this is how they are going to get you to vote for them. They're called ivory tower liberals. They are the most detestable group of people in America. They will tell you anything that you want to hear to get you to like their post, watch their ads, buy the product, and vote for them. This is why they're scumsuckers. They just want to do the opposite of Donald Trump because they hate the guy, because they're hateful people. Because let's be honest, people who aren't hateful people don't engage in hateful behavior in a regular pattern. Only hate mongers do that. That would be the people with Trump derangement syndrome. So they hate everything Donald Trump does. So they're trying to do the exact opposite. And so what they do is they're trying to go closer to China as opposed to trying to take out TikTok. We covered on the show last time. I'm not going to go too much into it. I'm just trying to prove the point that I was factually incorrect there. Not all of them don't support China, but that does not mean necessarily you have not been brainwashed by China. So was my statement factual? Fact, retarded liberals in Europe will be jerks about hate speech. They'll cancel you. So that's a fact. They're brainwashed socialist drone. That's a fact. We can show, yes, China has been indeed brainwashing them. And Europe is indeed actually a shithole of liberalism. Europe is a place where they'll throw you in jail for engaging in free speech, where they want to not enforce their immigration policies so that they can flood in Muslims, because in these Muslim countries in Africa and like Nigeria, which is a wonderful place, and I do love Nigerians, but the birth rate's like 5 to 6 people per woman. That's insane. Our birth rate is like 1.6 people per woman. Dude, so when they got 5 people per woman, every single year, like we take like on like about 1 million immigrants from the developing world, and then they produce 80 million more immigrants, and then they're flipping out about climate change. Like, climate change, all these people are gonna be like displaced by climate change. And then you run the numbers on it, and then it turns out it's going to displace like 300,000 people per year. And this is less than the number of people who move out of California per year. And in these places, they currently have vastly more people moving out of them currently right now, because the people are baby factories over there. They're all trying to compete with who can have the bigger family, because it's like a showing of power. And then what they do is they have an oversupply of these large families, and then it's a baby factory, and then they spill over into Europe. And then these people don't want to prevent them from doing it. They have human smuggling operations, smuggling people into Europe, killing them in lorries. Got like 38, 60 Asians dead up in a lorry all the time in the news over there in Europe. And they don't want to do anything about it because it's hate speech. Can't criticize him. You can't say anything about the Prophet Muhammad being a pedophile. You can't say that because facts are racist now. And when facts become racist, you go down the slippery slope into Naziville very quickly. Because yes, Nazis were in fact indeed anti-racist people, contrary to popular belief. It was in fact the Americans, the Jews, the British, and the rest of the allies who were the white supremacists back then. It is actually true. You can definitely go through the history books and verify, okay, America, white supremacist at the time. They had Democrat KKK in control. You have Britain, very racist, very white supremacist. Jews, Karl Marx, rabid white supremacist. Advocated for genocide, right? So obviously, the Europeans are definitely headed down this slippery slope into National Socialism. They are indeed engaging in Nazi behavior, and that's detestable. And I thank all of the patriots in Europe who are putting a stop to this. These people are going apeshit crazy with this far right talk. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. And so you can say what you want about whether or not you thought my news was hateful. But the fact is that I am indeed actually a journalist. I am an intellectual dark web journalist. I have my credentials. You are watching my show right now. That means I am actually a news journalist. So when you want to censor me, you might not like my opinion. You might not like the news that I presented to you. But the fact is that it is news. And Facebook is trying to they're trying to control the platform because they want you to be on Facebook. They're trying to control the platform by preventing other people from engaging in free speech, because they know if you engaged in the free speech that I am engaging, you would then leave Facebook's platform and go to my social network platform because you can engage in free speech there. And my viral video app is way better than their viral video app due to my IMU language technology and the AI flashcards. So this is antitrust. This is the spitting definition of antitrust. They didn't like what I said. They said it was hate speech. And hate speech is banned where? In Europe? And so they want this post to go over in Europe. So they're enforcing European laws on me here in America, trying to prevent me from speaking. And then they want to get protections from the slander, libel, and tort that the people on Facebook engage in. But they have a problem with that. And I have records that people on Facebook have been engaging in slander and tort, slander and libel against me for a long time. I'm building up evidence. I am suing Facebook. I am a plaintiff in this Facebook lawsuit. I have not been declared, but I'm declaring myself as a plaintiff. I am officially a competing fact-checking organization called WikiSpy. I am a competing news organization with Facebook, and I have been censored for criticizing white Europeans for hate speech. You just can't make this shit up, man. So, I'm not sure exactly why I can't criticize the Europeans. Are they they're too weak? They're like, are Europeans inferior because they're unable to take free speech? They can't. Europeans cannot take criticism without canceling you and shutting you down because they're pathetic cowards. They can't even take the smallest amount of criticism because they're socialist and they've been brainwashed by China. So, I mean, Facebook can play this game, but if you want to censor me and you want to oppress me, you're going to owe me millions of dollars. And I'm not going to back down. I'm very good with law. I could win. I could be my own attorney and win. But I know an attorney's going to do a lot better a job. If you are an attorney, you should comment on issue ticket 73 on the Real Simple News GitHub repository, realsimplenews.net/issue 76. No, it's 76. 76. Yeah, not 73. That was the last show. So why should this not be up here? I mean, you don't like what I said, but I was joking. I mean, the only reason why I said this is because I knew that they would be shocked by it. I said it because it wasn't true. I was being facetious. I was being sarcastic. It's absolute. They're not all brainwashed socialist drones. They're not all jerks. It's just the liberals who are the brainwashed socialist jerks, and the majority of them are liberals. They're spineless cowards who can't take. They're too weak in order to take any sort of criticism. So they have to cancel you. And then once they cancel you, you're not allowed to say anything criticizing them. You're not allowed to hate them. You're not allowed to do anything because they are in control. That's called authoritarianism. This is basically a slippery slope into Nazi land here, with the slippery slope provided to you by Mark Zuckerberg, the antitrust king who censors conservative journalists with AI that does not have any sort of rights. An AI algorithm does not have rights. The only reason why Facebook is allowed to even get away with any of this stuff is because they are an information service. Info categorization service. Sorry. What this means is their job is to categorize information. But there's a problem here with this, is that you can't use your categorization in order to suppress competing businesses, because that's called a monopoly. I don't remember the stats, but it was something like 85% of the social media market is controlled by Mr. Antitrust King, Mark Zuckerberg. Or shall we say Mark Antitrust Zuckerberg? I'm pretty sure if they would have actually responded to this, had the Facebook antitrust AI not unlawfully censored me to censor a conservative news source that was competing with them, offering alternative facts to their fact-checking system that's run by an AI bot that is pathetically inaccurate. Pathetic. It's pathetic. Okay, so let's explain why this is so pathetic in the AI world. So when they said that they were 84%, wherever they started. So what they said there was, even without a neural net, all we did was search for some keywords, and then we found them, and that was 86% accuracy. And then their neural network was 0% accurate. I'm not stupid. I make these algorithms too. I can fudge the numbers myself, but I wouldn't, because I like to know the truth. And I don't hate people. Unlike these bigoted leftists. Leftists are the biggest bigots. Look, why are they doing this? They're doing it because they're intolerant of my political opinion, because of my skin color, and because of my gender. Because they're leftist liberal scum suckers. They're the bottom feeders. They're the lowest of the low. They are the people who gentrify your neighborhood, and then they do an absolute shit job at work because they just got the job because they did well in school and they never really wanted to be there. I am a badass engineer who's done badass things, such as inventing one of the world's most, if not world's most, efficient water heater that can sequester CO2, world's fastest number printing algorithm. Hold on. Sorry. Spaced out what I was talking about. So, I wouldn't be doing any of this stuff if I was like a bigot, right? Like, why am I making these technologies? You don't know who the fuck I am. I'm doing it because I used to suffer from complex post-traumatic stress syndrome, from legal abuse syndrome when I was canceled, and when my son was kidnapped by a radical feminist who held my son in a hoarder house and neglected and abused him, traumatized me, messed my life up. You can read it in my book, the A Startup Cookbook. It's a very traumatic story. The A Startup Cookbook is a book that I'm working on about running startups using my IMU technology, IMU language technology, and I'm doing it to help disabled people. I'm doing this show to drum up support for my open source projects so that I can help people with this artificial memory augmentation technology for people who have memory impairment problems like me. I have memory problems because I have to smoke pot because of the CPSD. So I'm a disabled person. These are where my views come from. My views come from a person who was canceled because he was a white male, was discriminated against because of disabilities. And then I went on to do exceptional, brilliant things that they cannot deny. And these are the people that want to cancel you, and they're in bed with the Europeans, the jerk, retarded, ignorant Europeans. And I'm not saying that to the conservative people. I'm saying it to the whack European liberals. Like, here, let's pull out the picture of the whack European liberals so you can see the craziness of these whack posers in Europe. Because you have to see how much of a poser these people are with your own two eyes in order to know how whack they are. Here is the picture of the whack posers here in Vogue magazine, the Marxist magazine that encourages the taking away of people's property rights because they say property is racist. And so here are the posers in Europe. As you can see, they are posing for a photo op. They're literally posing for a photo op. They're out here posing for Vogue. They got all dressed up. They want to go and protest police brutality in the United States. Why? They don't live here. They don't pay taxes here. You don't know anybody who lives in my city. You don't have any business here. What the hell are you out protesting for laws in Democrat-controlled cities in a country that is 10,000 miles away from you? Why? Because they hate Donald Trump. They hate Republicans. They think they're the white supremacists that control the world. They think they're with the Israelis who are brutalizing, quote unquote, brutalizing the Palestinians. They're with the people that they hate. So they're out here to get the photo op so that they can put it on Facebook so they could rise up in the social media scene because it's an equality movement because they want more money for themselves. This is why they're scum suckers. They're posers. That's what they call them. They're fake. And this is my biggest problem with Europeans is that they try to copy us and they end up turning out to be whack little haters. So they take our culture, they appropriate it, and then they go do their photo ops, drum up their support. They hate on every conservative person, push them out. That's why they're doing the photo op, because when they do these photo ops, they get to control the workplace. They get to control what speech you say, who is deplatformed, and then then it allows them to take control. And this is why, fundamentally, European liberals are whack as fuck. I think they're stupid. They're retarded. They're jerks. They're ignorant. They're stupid. You should probably legalize free speech because this is core. If you want fascism to not come to your community, you need to be tolerant. You need to not be a bigot yourself. If you are a bigot, you person on the other side of the camera, if you are a bigot to other people, you're a fucking hypocrite if you are trying to kick out bigots. Got to cover the big stories. I am taking too long on these stories. There's the cue. And this next story from Batshit Crazy Land, a.k.a. the New York Post, LAPD cop caught on body cam fondling dead body, sued by family. The family of a young woman whose dead body was fondled by LAPD officer had sued the cop and city of Los Angeles after their attorney announced Tuesday, "I just want justice for my daughter," said shattered mom Janet Baggett at a press conference. Her 34-year-old daughter, Elizabeth Baggett, died of a drug overdose. And so, I'm sorry, Los Angeles is batshit crazy land, not New York Post. I said that wrong. So she died of a drug overdose on October 20, 2019. After responding to the call, Officer David Rojas, 27, was alone with her corpse and allegedly fondled her breast and touched her nipples, which she would capture on the body-mounted camera. So this was apparently the woman. And so it was a cop that fondled the dead woman, and he was caught on body cam. That's just disgusting, dude. Janet Baggett said she felt shock and disgust when officials told her of the sick abuse. "It's a nightmare," she said, her eyes tearing up. "I almost lost my daughter, or I already lost my daughter." The grieving mom described her daughter as a loving mother to her 6-year-old son, Preston Sturch, and talented artist. "She was so full of life. She never met a stranger." So, moral of the story, if you die in California, you now know what might happen to you. In California, they do weird, bizarre, sick, twisted rituals. Sometimes ritual human sacrifice. Sometimes they eat their own grandmother. We've actually covered that story. That was actually a real story of a San Francisco liberal who ate his grandmother. We covered it on Real Simple News. In this next article from the Daily Mail, Georgia officials warn locals to stay away from Stone Mountain Confederate Monument this weekend. The Georgia city turned down a July 27th request for the rally in Stone Mountain Park, but one far-right group is still posting about its plans to show up, and a black militia group plans counter-protests. So this is why Facebook's suppression of free speech is so whack. It is so whack because they bias everything towards the liberals. When you start taking people down for hate speech, you can't mess with me because I already been canceled. You can't take me out. You can't take my network out. It's still growing. It ain't worth enough money. I'm not like Tim Pool. I don't have a massive amount of money that I could lose, so I can say whatever I want. I'm going to tell you, these Facebook people doing this antitrust uncensoring of competing news and fact services organizations. Sorry, news and fact checking organizations. What it causes is a bias towards the leftist, and then they think that the right people on the right are actually doing this stuff because Facebook is censoring their posts, so they must be doing it, right? They must be guilty because even Facebook's taking out their posts. And then, next thing you know, you end up with some paramilitary terrorist organization like this what do they call it? The I'm Not Effing Around Coalition. This is the terrorist group of African Americans that parades around without permits with weapons, looking for fights. They want to kill the Boogaloo Boys. Like when these people aren't out here protesting, or not protesting, rallying for the Second Amendment. This is not a 2A rally. A 2A rally is a legal thing. These terrorists here, these people are here looking for a fight. They're there to fight the far right with guns. They came to intimidate the white people there to show a display of force in order to get what they want politically. They want to kill people like me. That makes them terrorists. This one says a large group of Black Panther Party members. No, they're I'm Not Effing Around Coalition. That's who they say they are. They're not Black Panthers. No. They will walk up to you and say, I am your worst nightmare, with a gun and demand reparations money. These people are the scum of America. They are not there for 2A. They are not there to support Black lives. They are there to shoot people. They descended on Stone Mountain Confederate Memorial in Georgia on July 4th after the monument reopened, looking for a fight. You can see, obviously, these people don't have any American flags on. They're not a militia. These people are not a well-trained militia that are fighting on the same side as the white people of the United States, which is the majority of people. These people, very specifically, are people who have malicious intent to fight the white people of the United States. It's not a protection thing, else they would ask the cops to protect them. This is an intimidation. Members of the I'm Not Effing Around Coalition arrived at Stone Mountain on July 4th. Is that the same thing? Yeah. They arrived on July 4th as officials reopened Stone Mountain Confederate Memorial, a site commonly used by white supremacist group, the Ku Klux Klan, to engage in free speech. So this is the monument. It's got some some Confederate people riding on some horses. Hard to see, but I don't know. If you blasted that rock out, it probably wouldn't look very good. I mean, you could make another sculpture out of it, but that would be called cultural Marxism, though. I'm pretty sure there would be a lot of people out there with guns ready to protect it. And if you want to kill people in order to remove a monument, then you are a terrorist. The city of Stone Mountain is urging people to stay away from its Confederate monument in Georgia on Saturday. Protesters are pictured in June. Far-right groups, militias, white supremacists planned an armed rally at Stone Mountain Park. Pictured Joseph Andrews, one of the small groups of the Rock Stone Mountain rally, waves Confederate battle flag towards massive counter-protesters more than 100 yards away at Stone Mountain Park on April 23rd, 2016. And, you know, I really do think that this Confederate flag thing is a free speech issue. If you look at the history of the Confederate flag, it is Robert E. Lee's flag. That's why they call it the Confederate battle flag. It was in Virginia. And when you look at Robert E. Lee, he seems a little bit like the other noble people of his time that also engaged in white supremacy. The man he didn't believe in slavery. He thought it was a system that was going to fade away. He was fighting for his country. He felt like they had been attacked. And if you had lived in the South, you would also, too, be forced to fight on their side. That's how wars go. If you're not with them, you're with the other people, and then they put you in a prison camp. It's a free speech issue. First, the Confederate flag was on the flag of Louisiana. Until very recently, they voted to remove it. So it's not like it has been on one of our official state flags this entire time. And it's a state where a lot of black people live. And there are black people that support this flag. It seems to me like this flag represents false labeling by the ADL of a hate symbol. This symbol, this Confederate flag, was never known to be a racist thing until the cancel culture started to come about. And then when cancel culture came about, whenever the Anti-Defamation League labeled it as a hate symbol, then it started to become a symbol of hate, and then people viewed it as a symbol of hate. And they said, well, it doesn't matter whether or not it was racist or not. It was co-opted by the far right, and then it became a symbol of hate. This is their argument. But the problem with their argument is that it can be used against them in the exact same manner. This is why their argument is invalid. We can also, too, co-opt the Confederate flag and say that the Confederate flag is actually a symbol of democracy, a symbol of free speech, and a symbol of freedom, because we can also, too, co-opt the flag and say that the people who are claiming this are hate-mongering leftist scum-suckers who are bottom feeders, who endorse cultural Marxism, making them the worst of the worst scum-suckers, the ones that want to destroy your culture, remove you from your job, cancel you. These are the ones that are the most detestable form of leftist. These are the ones that will come for you. You are not immune. You are next. They came for me. They will come for you next. They came for me for posting Meninist jokes. I wasn't even serious. I was just wondering whether or not they would flip out on me if I post Meninist jokes. And they came for me. And next they're coming for you. But I am speaking for you. I have a microphone. And it is not going to be turning off anytime soon because I have no other options. I have been canceled. So my only option now is to fight. And the people who I'm on the same side of are the people who are being canceled. And so this Confederate battle flag, actually, I do not support. Hold on. I do not support racism. I do not condone it. It's free speech. I encourage free speech of all kinds. I do not agree with you. I think that you're stereotyping a group of people based upon some pigment of their skin that is identical to the clothes that you're wearing, or akin to the clothes that you were wearing. Does not mean because you are black that you act a certain way, that you are going to behave a certain way. And this is why people who are like lefties, they think that all these good-looking people at these parties and these protests, that they're good people because they just met them and they want to like them. But trust me, I used to throw raves for years. I sold drugs. I've dosed over 50,000 people with psychedelic drugs in my lifetime. I know all about getting robbed. I've been robbed many times. And the people, trust me, even the cool burners, no, they're not that cool, dude. They're absolutely not cool. The thing that clued me in was getting a ride home from a Burning Man party from from somebody who I thought was a cool hippie. And it turned out she's a fucking bitch, dude, it's like raging cunt bitch, dude. Absolute fucking bitch. And I thought she was so cool, the whole festy. And then I got a ride back from her, and this woman just wouldn't fucking shut up. Just negative, nonstop. And some of these people are like gremlins, dude. You feed them after midnight, they turn into a monster. It's serious, dude. But these people think, oh, everybody on my side's innocent. We're just trying to help the world. And this is the same mindset of a tyrant. Everybody is a tyrant but me. That's why they do that. So if you go there and you have weapons, you've been warned to stay away from Stone Mountain. If you do show up there and you have weapons, it's going to be assumed that you came there to shoot people. And you're not allowed to go there with weapons because the police have just declared that to be a public health threat. So, message to the black looter mob: you can't do whatever you want. You are getting shut down. You are going to you are at the children's table. You will stay there until I say so. In this next article, hold on. In this next article from Hacker News, music, a mathematical offering. This is a really, really good book on the mathematics of music. Very cool. Wait, hold on. Let's look at the table of contents first. This book, you can actually purchase it, and if you can afford one, you should, to support the author. But the chapters include wave harmonics, goes through the theories of how you perceive sounds, to the physics of the vibrations, different mathematical trigonomic relationships between the waveforms. Then it goes in chapter 2 into Fourier theory, which is amazing. And if you have not seen the video on YouTube from 3 Blue 1 Brown, go to YouTube, type 3 Blue 1 Brown Fourier, and I can never type Fourier. How I'm horrible about. I'm not very good at spelling. It's okay. Attempted to get better, but it's not me. This guy has an amazing video on Fourier analysis, and I would highly recommend you checking it out. It shows you the corresponding polar graph, where you can see the waveform as it's converted into polar coordinates. You can now see the how when you match up various waveforms, they can be seen as multiple sinusoidal waveforms that are combined together to make a more complicated waveform. It then goes into detail on the mathematics of the convolution, how to do a spectrum analysis, the pulse streams, Fugger's theorem, Bessel functions, goes into mathematical guide to an orchestra, shows you all of the physics behind how to model instruments using mathematics. Here we have some consonance and dissonance in the chords, scales and temperaments in chapter 5, more scales and temperaments in chapter 6, digital music in 7, synthesis in 8, and it is very detailed with lots of linear algebra and lots of calculus. So you will actually need to know a little bit about discrete or differential calculus in order to do this, because these calculations actually do involve an x, y, and a z parameter here. See, there's lots of very interesting mathematics for us to read, very detailed homework assignments. So if you are a math nerd, you should download and read this book. You can get the link on issue 76 on GitHub. This next article from Newsweek, Donald Trump says Facebook and Google control 100% of, no, they want total control of the information Americans receive. President Trump says Facebook, Twitter, and other large companies are 100% trying to control every single bit of information. Yes, they are. They are. We actually have even shown, they've even censored me for criticizing white Europeans. And I'm white. On Tuesday, Trump continued taking shots at the the monopoly big tech companies in the United States, telling Breitbart News, which is not an extremist news website. If I would encourage you to actually go to Breitbart and read what they read, and then go over to Wikipedia and look at what Wikipedia writes about them, and you'll see that doesn't make any sense. They're not far right in any way, shape, or form. They're definitely right, but no way, shape, or form are they far right. They just don't. They don't support illegal immigration, but that they're saying is far right. It's not. That's a lie. From the Oval Office, so Trump said from the Oval Office that he 100% agrees companies like Google, Facebook, Twitter are trying to hold absolute control over the information Americans see daily. And the reason why that we covered before when we showed Facebook censoring me is because they want to, everything they do is designed to make more money, dude. Come on, man. It's designed to solidify their control over the market. They have to maintain their control over the market. Every action that they do is based on this model. They have to, because every other competitor out there wants to be Facebook. There is not a single person who owns a social media or a social network that does not want to be Facebook. Hold on. Maybe there's some niche people. Okay. But we're talking like ones that you would make the general public. Let's say general purpose social networks. Not niche, because niche would be different. So they want to suppress the quote unquote hate speech because why? Because they want to maximize the amount of time people spend on it. And if you engage in free speech on that platform, then people will not be glued to Facebook to watch the ads. They want you to watch the ads. When you watch the ads, they want you to be in the right headspace. They want to manipulate and control your emotional state so that you are happy, sad, mad, amazed, or a generic like. And these are the reactions that you can put on Facebook. So when you put a reaction on Facebook, you are helping Facebook categorize the information as to how it emotionally affected you. This is incredibly dangerous. This, trust me, I make artificial intelligence that manipulates your conscious. It's called the A Startup. I built it as a technology to disability assistance technology with a memory augmentation technology that allows you, can help you get from depressed and traumatized to a functional state like where I'm at, utilizing what I call routine generation, which is where you generate a routine using IMU language. And so I know how to brainwash you. I can manipulate articles. I can manipulate the context in those articles. I can make you happy. I can make you mad. I can make you sad. I can make you amazed. I can do them in specific orders, and I can show you stories up here, and I can spin these stories to identically to a filmmaker taking multiple clips and putting them together to tell a story. And this is why I like to read these news stories in the same order that I received them in the RSS news feeds. And that's because when I do this, I'm not painting a story. I do some Timcast style stuff on Real Simple News with Cale McCullough. A little bit, but I try to avoid painting a story. I'm just trying to show the truth. I'm trying to show you the truth. Sometimes you have to make the headline a little bit more, I don't want to say salacious, but more not shocking. Yeah, like you gotta trigger an impulse to see it. But you can be tricked and deceived to support things that you don't support based upon the context that the information is presented in, the emotions that you had. And so an example of how I could do this to you is I could have you interact with people that you don't like on the internet. So I could find a political opponent of yours that I know that you are going to have a reaction to, and I can cause you to interact with that person. Causing you to interact with that person is going to get you upset, at which point in time you're going to start being glued to the app to see the response from this person. At this point in time, I can bring in other allies of this person that you do not like, and I can have them team up on you. Then I can bring in your friends, because I'm controlling the who can see whose posts here. Then I can show you news stories. I can use an AI algorithm that extracts the data of what you just talked about. I can then show you stories that are going to start you to agree with one thing that I say that I want you to believe. From that one thing, I can then make you either happy, sad, curious, excited, amazed. One of these emotions in order to get you to read the next story, in which I can take that information that I implanted into your mind, and I can then get you to believe another fact. Once I start you to believe me and believe the information, then I can get you to believe the next thing. And once I do this, I can then start crafting these news articles in such a way that I can maximize the amount of emotional response that I get from you. And then I can use this to isolate you, make you a very depressed person. I can even possibly get you to commit suicide if I wanted to. I could brainwash you into giving me money. I could control your government. In fact, while you're watching this video, I've even hacked into your computer, and I've been watching the porn that you have on your computer, and you are sick and disgusting. Seriously, dude. I'm totally joking. That was just a joke. I didn't hack into your computer, dude. But as you can see, this is a very, very, very dangerous thing. This is what you call a cyber weapon. The problem that we have here is that China has Chinese Nazi controlled companies that have millions of Chinese who monitor and control China's social media presence in the United States. The social media companies are controlled by H-1B visa immigrants. These immigrants, they're under constant threat of being deported. So in order to not be deported, they have to do backflips. They have to engage in incredibly toxic workplace behavior to avoid not being deported. And the goal of the social media companies, like these scum suckers that run Silicon Valley, is that they want to minimize their labor costs, and they want to replace everyone with H-1B visas because everyone is lazy compared to a H-1B visa. Everybody is, because the dude is literally radioactively toxic, making sure that they fire as many white people as possible to hire as many H-1B visas as possible. These are the scum suckers that control these social media companies. These are the people who are suppressing your free speech. They believe in European style censorship of free speech and competing news and fact-checking organizations such as Real Simple News. They work with China, a fascist country that engages in national socialism because they have hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the country as we're using as a baby factory to fund their lavish lifestyles in the city, where there's a huge, massive hierarchical difference. And then you have ultra-rich Asians. You have private property ownership. You have a dictator who looks exactly like Winnie the Pooh. We call him Zinnie the Pooh. And they are attempting to be the world's #1 superpower. They have a spy state. They infiltrate our corporations and steal our intellectual property. We can't have our social networks in China. But they want to control, they want to allow TikTok over here that's mainly has teenagers on it. They want to take your children's information and they want to have the Chinese Nazi Party spy on your kids everywhere they go. And they want to brainwash your kids on TikTok to support National Socialism in China and to export National Socialism from China to the United States. This is why they're engaging in cultural Marxism. This is why the TikTok teens pulled that stunt where they bought a bunch of tickets to the Tulsa Trump rally, and then they did not show up. And they did it to stifle democracy because TikTok is a Chinese spy tool. And Scumacon Valley is right next to Los Angeles, where they have Hollywood, where the scum-sucking leftists in Hollywood are pushing cultural Marxism so they can get leads in movies to replace the good movies. Replace their characters with minorities and women so that they can make our films suck, but they don't need to make money in the United States because Zinnie the Pooh is subsidizing cultural Marxism here in America. And it's coming to a theater near you. So yes, Donald Trump is absolutely right. Donald Trump is a godsend. I call him the great white savior. He is the savior of the white people. He is the one who had enough guts to speak up about illegal immigration and the violence and the crime in the African American community because he was not a deep state pawn. When I say deep state, I'm referring to the Democrats who live in the D.C. area, who are part of the community, who have control the federal government there, and who bias it towards their friends and family, and that they have been attacking Donald Trump by labeling him as racist and misogynist, using false information from sources they know to be compromised, such as the Steele dossier. And they're using all of these information to unlawfully try to subvert our democracy here in America by engaging with the fake news industrial complex, or FNIC, in order to pull a massive deception on the American people, along with these European FNIC or Eurofnic, the European fake news industrial complex, where they play a constant game of telephone back and forth with their network of journalists that they use to circularly cite all of their fake news, or circularly reference their fake news, because all they need is another journalist to tell them that this has happened in order for them to confirm their story. And they just get a network of people who are brainwashed socialist drones who also, too, want to ban hate speech and stop anti-feminist and men's rights people and red pill people. They want to shut them down, cancel them, and deplatform them. And these are the ivory tower liberals. They're the people at the top of the ivory tower who will tell you anything that you want to hear to get you to like the post, watch the ads, buy the product, and vote for them. And this is why we are swimming in fake news, and why I am able to fill up shows multiple times a week of debunking fake news and showcasing the crazy things that these liberals are doing. For instance, this next person. In this next article from the Daily Mail, bike riding boy 5 shot by neighbor 25 in front of sisters. Doris Sessiums, 25, was charged on Monday with the murder of 5-year-old Cannon Hinnat, who was shot in the head riding his bike in front of his father's house in Wilson, North Carolina. Because this is what happens when you normalize the black looter mob, is these people now think that they can do whatever they want. And so now when your kids go into the yard, they're going to shoot your kid. This guy's a detestable scumsucker. Yay. In this next article from the Daily Mail, rape victims say face masks trigger horrific flashbacks of being smothered or choked. A number of sexual abuse victims have told charity Rape Crisis they are avoiding places they would usually go for fear of being stigmatized for not putting on a mask. Many rape victims have had their mouths and noses covered during attacks. Covering the face can therefore trigger flashbacks and cause severe distress, post-traumatic stress disorder. Charity warns victims are simply staying indoors and avoid being ostracized. So, this is what happens. If you're under the age of 45, your chances of dying from COVID are 38 times lower. Of the first 103,339 COVID deaths, only 26 were under the age of 15. That does not mean that children can't get short of breath from SARS-CoV-2, but their chance of dying is along the lines of a fluke. You're more likely to get struck by lightning. There's I forget it, but I think it's about 59 or 60 people get struck by lightning per year in the United States. And so 26 is way less than that. It's like half of your chance of getting hit by lightning. So that's the point where we don't really actually pay attention to that. Like if a child had shortness of breath because of SARS, the reason why SARS is deadly is because it's a new virus that you haven't had, and coronaviruses are known as the common cold. You've had coronaviruses many times in your life. None of them have killed you. But a common cold could kill somebody who has a pre-existing condition. It can. Anything can kill somebody with a pre-existing condition. So it doesn't really make sense, this whole mask thing, because I want to get COVID. I'm definitely not trying to avoid getting COVID. I'm not 45. I'm under that age. And if I'm my chance of dying from COVID is now going to go up. And when my chance of death goes up, I want that to go down. So I'm going to do whatever I can to make that go down. In order to make my chance of dying from SARS-CoV-2 go down, I need to get one of the the 5 different strands of SARS-CoV-2 that are not deadly before I get the one strand of SARS-CoV-2 that is deadly. Duh. But no. Everybody has to wear a mask. Over about 50% of the deaths, SARS-CoV-2 deaths, are over the average age that you die in. 1/3 of the deaths are from people with pre-existing conditions. I am not over the average age of death. I do not have a pre-existing condition. And I want to get COVID so that I do not die from COVID, because I'm not stupid. I'm not a brainwashed socialist drone like these Democrats doing these race riots over fake news. No, I'm actually an engineer. I modeled the human immune system with an AI algorithm in engineering school. It was very challenging. I learned a lot about the human body, and because I know how it affects it, I know that there are 2 different ways that viruses are going to kill you, because I modeled them in a computer. One of the ways is that you're immune, it evades detection, and it replicates itself until you have organ failure because your cells shut down. The other method that I modeled was the method where your immune system has an autoimmune response and kills the cells. And then there's other combinations of the 2 where it avoids detection and then delivers the payload. The chances that any of those are going to happen are like close to 0. They're not going to happen. If those actually happen, that's a crazy fluke that actually happens, because that is like AIDS. HIV is the crazy most advanced thing, and that's why I was trying to model it for AI purposes, was to I haven't really found anything of it, but I am going to update this in the interactive gym and environment and educational kit, the iGeek toolkit, that will be powering the WikiSpy tool for monitoring Wikipedia for wiki-like sites for tampering by hostile agents and political bias. But the face mask, kind of stupid. I live in Oregon. They gave us a face mask ban. If you look at the COVID death rates in Oregon, they are at flu levels. We never had a COVID pandemic in Oregon, but they're making us wear face masks. And so this is obviously illegal because we're at flu levels, and you've never forced us to wear a face mask for flu. And flu affects younger people. Flu, you're more likely to die from flu if you're younger than if you're older, because the flu will evade detection and cause organ shutdown. As with SARS, which is the opposite, it's the other one. It's your body has an autoimmune system because you've fought many other viruses in your lifetime. So your leukocytes get the wrong chemical signatures on your organ cells, and they start to kill your organ cells, and you get sepsis, and it kills you. That's the opposite. So that means that SARS-CoV-2 will more than likely turn into the common flu. But there is, I wonder if we have any, no, I lost it. There are some reasons to believe that it actually was man-made, and that Chinese have some genetic modifying equipment that can evade our detection. There is There is some evidence to speak in that favor. I can't cite it right now. But let's take these masks off, because not only are there rape victims being traumatized, also too, deaf people are also too being traumatized because they rely on seeing your mouth in order to understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. If they can't see your mouth, they are not going to be able to understand you. And for a deaf person is very terrifying. So you should stop terrorizing everybody around you, because let's be real, when you're wearing masks, you're wearing them because you're scared, you're terrified, and then what are you doing? You're terrifying other people, making them scared too. So these masks are indeed Democrat mind control devices. They are tools of terrorists designed to terrorize you into being a mindless Democrat drone. So do not vote for Mr. Magoo and Kamala the Snitch Harris. You should vote for free speech, and you should vote for the king of memes, Donald Trump, because he's awesome. And this next article from the New York Post, man ran aggressively at Secret Service officers before being shot near White House. Man shot near the White House on Monday, briefly halting the president's press conference, ran aggressively towards the Secret Service agents, then claimed to have a weapon, authorities say. The shooting of the 51-year-old suspect by a federal officer happened at 5:30 p.m. right outside the White House at the corner of ... 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue. The Secret Service said in a statement, quote, "The suspect approached the officer and told the officer he had a weapon. The suspect then turned around, ran aggressively toward the officer, and in a drawing motion withdrew an object from his clothing," end quote, the federal agency said. Man crouched in a shooter stance as he was about to fire a weapon before the officers opened fire, striking the man in his torso. I don't think we have any pictures of the incident. He was a rapper. That's all that I know as of right now. I haven't really covered it too much, but Donald Trump handled it pretty cool. Just like, I thought that his reaction to that showed that he's a confident leader, that he didn't really like stress out under fire. Both the suspect and officer were taken to hospitals. The shooting disrupted the King of Memes coronavirus briefing as he was whisked away from the podium by Secret Service agents. Reporters in the James S. Bradley press briefing room were also briefly placed into lockdown by the Secret Service surrounding the West Wing. Trump later returned to the briefing and addressed incident, telling reporters he had not fear for his safety during the dramatic episode, because he is the king of memes, and this only made the memes better. In this next article from Hacker News Best, over 400 vulnerabilities found on Qualcomm Snapdragon chips. It's coming at you via checkpoint.com. With over 3 billion users globally, smartphones are an integral, almost inseparable part of our day-to-day lives as mobile markets. I hate it when they start with shit like this. Just tell me about what the facts of the thing are, please. How many of them there on the Qualcomm provides chips for 40% of the phones. So like my phone in my pocket is a Qualcomm chip. It's a Snapdragon. So this affects the phone in my pocket. Luckily, they are very cheap and I need a new phone. In this research dubbed Achilles, we performed an extensive security review of a DSP chip from one of the leading manufacturers, Qualcomm Technologies. Qualcomm provides a wide variety of chips that are embedded in devices that make up over 40% of the mobile phone market, including high-end phones from Google, Samsung, Xiaomi, OnePlus, and more. More than 400 vulnerable pieces of code were found within the DSP chips we tested, and the vulnerabilities could have the following impact on user phones. Attackers can turn on the phone into a perfect spying tool with any user interaction required. Attackers may be able to render the mobile phone constantly unresponsive. Malware and other malicious code can be completely hide their activities and become unremovable. Ooh, damn. And in this next article from Hacker News, ShowHN Event Native, an open source user event collection service. This is an open source tool that you can use to log all of the events on the target's computer. With this tool, you can do all kinds of espionage activity. You can monitor everything that someone wants to do. So this is here only for educational purposes only. You are not allowed to use this for any sort of criminal behavior. You can find this on GitHub, github.com/KSENSEHQ/event native. What is this in? It's an MIT license. And what is it in? It says mostly Go. So, here you are. So we got to do this. Okay, if there are any children watching, this next story is, this one's graphic. So I'm going to give you a second. Let the kids go out. In this next story from the Daily Mail, girl born into the cult incest family claims her father would use a skinny stick to rape her. The Nadia cult claims she was assaulted as a 6-year-old while living in the incest cult into old caravans and tents in the NSW Bush block. So this is a famous, infamous incest family. Was they're from, where's this, Australia, right? So Nadia was one of 40 members of the family found living in an NSW Bush block. Sydney District Court discussed the validity of Nadia's allegations on Tuesday. And it's graphic. I don't really want to repeat that, but we want to examine the squalor because this is another level. I mean, just try to picture 40 of these people all in the same place in an incest pedo cult. Here's the video of the people in the incest pedo cult. Gotta watch that one again.
Just coming out of the
All right, we got to get pictures of me because this is insane. This is disgusting. Charlie Colt. You want to see pictures of this dude? See this guy. They keep blurring the people out. That's just, come on, we were trying to shame this person. Pictures. There's the compound. Here's the play site. Anything else? Is this the, here's the family tree. Well, now we know the Americans aren't the only ones who are messed up. In this next article from the Daily Mail, inside bizarre alleged drug dens, police captured on their body cam footage as they raided Karen's homes. Sorry, Cairns. Footage of one of the raids in Queensland, far north, showed 3 people sat on a sofa surrounded by pink furniture while vision inside the room. Oh, shoot. What happened there? Vision inside the bedroom showed a crossbow lying in a messy bed. Here's the drug den. Here's the video of the event.
Container with what looks to be methamphetamine sort of crystals and a little.
They were caught with MDMA or ecstasy, shall I say, and then methamphetamines and what else? We can see the crossbow. I was able to actually go to the bathroom in that period of time. So, yeah. What is that? Some sort of device for doing something with pressure and liquids and... They are breaking into the drug den. Here they're capturing one of the drug users in the drug den. There's a safe with some money and some containers full of something. So what was it? Seizure of methamphetamines, MDMA, and cannabis. Good thing they don't do that around here. This next article from Hacker News, prime numbers for the win. This article from Dustin Kirkland's blogs. It details how they're able to use prime numbers in order to dramatically reduce the number of compute cycles required in order to calculate this complex wave function or compound wave function. So traditionally, to model this waveform, they would have to update the waveform in a periodic or at a lot of intervals, so it would take you a lot of time to calculate this waveform. But through the use of prime numbers, they were actually able to dramatically reduce the amount of compute cycles required to render the numbers. And they did it through this is a little bit kind of the style that I use to come up with the world's fastest number printing algorithm, or world's fastest integer printing algorithm, with which optimizes the other floating point number algorithms. More technical. But I love these types of things. If you can ever find some sort of use to use a prime number here in mathematics, you should. You should comment on issue ticket number 76 on GitHub. I will plug for your open source project here. In this next article from the New York Post, Seattle police chief resigns after the city council votes to defund the police. She says she's stepping down in a move that made public the same day the city council approved reducing the department by as many as 100 police officers through layoffs and attrition. Carmen Best, the city's first black police chief, said in a letter to the department that her retirement will be effective ... Sorry. Serious thing. Effective where? It's always hard to... September 2nd. It's hard to go from the ... to find where I was at in the article. Effective September 2nd, and the mayor has appointed Deputy Chief Adrian Diaz as the interim chief. King TV reported Monday council members had approved the cuts on Monday, and September 2nd would be like a little bit more than 2 weeks from now. Quote, "I'm confident the department will make it through these difficult times," Best said in the letter. "You truly are the best police department in the country. And please trust me when I say the vast majority of people in Seattle support you and appreciate you. I look forward to seeing how this department moves forward through the process of re-envisioning public safety. I relish the work that will be done by all of you." In an email, the police mayor Jenny Durkin said she accepted Best's decision with a very heavy heart. Quote, "I regret deeply that she concluded the best way to serve the country is to help the department was to a change in leadership, in the hope that would change the dynamics to move forward with the city council." Durkin wrote, "Now, I'm pretty tired of these defund the police people. I have a long history of being a rave kid, psychedelic drug dealer at raves. So, I've got 2 drug felonies. I have had a scary number of cops point guns at me. I've been held hostage by people high on drugs, by serial killer, had home invasion robberies. So I've seen the gambit of these people. But out of everything that I have experienced, with the cops pointing guns at me and the felonies, almost being murdered by a serial killing gangbanger who had killed 6 people before, in a hostage situation between him and a pregnant woman high on drugs in an RV in Eugene, Oregon, because I had written my homegirl's phone number down wrong. I wrote the last number as a 1 instead of a 7, and I called a serial killer instead. He almost murdered me, put me in a closet in an RV, pointed it under with the gun pointed at me. I tried to claw my way out of the closet, and nothing will ever be able to match the terror that I experienced when the serial killer opened the RV closet door with an AK-47. telling me he's going to kill me. And the pregnant woman grabbed a pistol, and then it turned into a multi-hour standoff between the two people yelling at each other, threatening to kill me. And I was robbed. He took my ID and said he would kill everyone in my house, kill me, and burn my house down if I ever told anyone. Nothing can match the terror that I had to experience in the closet in that RV that night. And this is what's so upsetting about these black looter mobs. They don't understand. I even helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest because I had Trump derangement syndrome. I thought Donald Trump was a sexist, misogynistic pig. I thought that because he said grab her by the pussy. And then as it turns out, he's a billionaire and slutty chicks come up to him all the time wanting them to impregnate her. So it was true when he said women want him to grab them by the pussy. And I thought Republicans were racist because they didn't support illegal immigration. And then I also, too, hated Israelis at that point in time, or the Israeli government, because of their actions in Israel. And I thought the Jews at that point in time controlled the media because the Republicans supported Israel, and then Israel was horrible, so it must have been a conspiracy. And that, as it turns out, was anti-Semitism that is rampant in the Democratic Party. It's really upsetting when they're trying to take away the one thing that could save my life. You know, they get upset when people deny people health care because it's going to take their life. You know, what about my life? What about the other 54% of the approximately 20,000 people who are murdered each year who are black people? Right? About half of these people are actually murdered by black people. Like, black on black murder is insane. Like, for every black person that a white person kills, a black person kills a ratio of 12 times more. That's insane. That's insane. Like, the Democrats just normalize it. These are the people that the Democrats are trying to put in power. They want these people to rise up the social hierarchy, and they want to tear me down, Mr. Joe Magoo Biden and Kamala the Snitch Harris. Their platform is they want to give $15,000 to first-time minority homeowners, and they want to give business loans to minority-owned businesses. And they want to give all these business loans out to competing greens, because I own a green tech company and I own an AI company and a music technology company. And I am not going to get money from Joe Magoo Biden if he gives stimulus money to the other green tech companies. They're going to be my competition. I invented the Oregon cooler. It's probably the world's most efficient water heater. It reclaims the waste heat out of your bath water and waste heat from your windows, and it sequesters CO2, uses a biomimicked ice lung. It's a swamp cooler with H2O in it, and it combines with the water, and then the water heater boils it so you can like breathe. Like, takes it in and it freezes it. It boosts the gas content, and then it breathes it when you want to heat the water back up. You just heat up the ice water condensate, and then that makes the CO2 pop out. So I can explain it to you in 30 seconds. So I'm not lying when I say this. I actually invented a CO2 sequestration technology that can possibly knock your house off the grid a large portion of the year, give you free hot water in the winter, because it uses the ice machine to transfer the heat. It's a water preheater. Plugs in your existing water heater. So these other companies are my competition. my AI company, they could, if these other people have a dominant market hold, so when the government picks these people, they're picking winners and they're picking losers, and I'm the loser. They don't like me. They say I'm far right because I don't support illegal immigration, and because I don't buy that Wafrican Americans and the Wham man are oppressed. I think that they're complaining and they're making it up. And that in reality, the Asians are actually doing the best as of a group. And then the highest paid group of immigrants, I'm calling bullshit on the African Americans and the Whamen who say they're underpaid, but they own 2/3 of the wealth in the United States and they control 85% of consumer spending. So if you see ads that are trying to convince you that you're underpaid, it's because they want you to ask your boss for a raise so that you can go spend more money, so they can make more money on the ads. That's the whole scam. It's all just a scam by really, really corrupt ivory tower liberals who will tell you anything that you want to hear to get you to like the post, watch the ads, buy the product, and vote for them. And now they want to defund the police because they're criminals. They support crime. They want the black looter mob to come and burn your city down because you're a racist white person. You can't enforce your immigration laws because you're racist, and that means you can't control your own country. So we have to make it so that 6% of illegal immigrants are from Mexico, which is true. There's 20 illegal immigrants for every single homeless person, and almost 11 of them are from Mexico. So we can't let you control the country because we want to let the 4 of 5 border jumpers that get across the border from Mexico, they have to control the country. Because when you do that, then the white man is no longer in control. The English speakers are no longer in control of America. And this means that the Chinese win. Their cultural Marxism then now has paid off because they paid off the Hollywood actors in order to prevent you from enforcing your border policy by making it so that they only promote actors who support these policies. And they make it so that even that the movie can bomb in America, these movies where they're replacing the characters from really good movies that were white with a minority or a woman, and then they're making a shitty woke knockoff that makes jack shit for cash. Everybody talks hella shit. They think it absolutely sucks. It's pathetic. But they don't care because they can just go sell the movie in China and Zinni the Pooh will just give them billions of dollars, and then they can push all of this suppression of free speech to prevent anybody like me from actually telling you the truth, because that's called hate speech now. Even though most Europeans would say this is kind of a perversion of what's going on with this wasn't what the hate speech was wrong. What are you talking about? That sounds crazy. But if you look at what the Europeans thought they were going to do by banning hate speech and what's actually happening, you'll see there's a difference, because China's put out all this propaganda because they're using AI algorithms. I've actually discovered this with an AI algorithm too, reversed analyzed their business model using a business model canvas and an A-star cost benefit analysis, allowed me to reveal that there's actually a network of graduate student spies in the United States that are doing spy work for the Chinese government. We've covered this on Real Simple News. Look for the Chinese grad student that was busted doing spy work on LinkedIn. They're also on Wikipedia. This is why I do Wiki Spy, the tool for monitoring wiki-like sites for tampering by hostile agents and political bias. It's because I got banned by someone who I think is a Chinese spy because they never slept. Looked at their commit log, and it was nearly 24/7 every day a week. And they were editing all kinds of shit that was sketchy as fuck. So these Chinese people, these Chinese Nazi party people. Now, don't confuse the Chinese people who have been oppressed with the Chinese Nazi party. When I criticize China, I am criticizing Zinni the Pooh and his National Socialist steep hierarchy that is far right. right? I am actually anti-fascist. I am. Most people say I'm a very progressive person. They didn't understand what I said at first, but now that they've heard my speech, they actually think I'm more progressive than the lefties, that I actually engage in what they believe in and that they're hypocrites. That's what a lot of people say. Can't say most because I don't know that for a fact, but I have heard someone say that today. And this is what happens when you defund the police. You know, we had a very awesome, very strong African-American woman who did a wonderful job. And then the black looter mob came, who were supposedly working for Black lives. But in fact, they were just a black looter mob. And they came through and they destroyed our city in their cultural Marxist de-evolution, where they took out our statues, they took out our historical sites, they attacked our heritage, they attacked our citizens, they murdered police officers, they looted, they destroyed, they were savage. Go look through Real Simple News. There are some episodes on Real Simple News about these riots that are insane. These things are insane, what has been going on. I cannot believe I have had the blessings to be able to do this show, because that was off the chain insane. All of this stuff that's been going on with the black looter mobs is certifiably Nazi. In this next article from the Daily Mail, a half-ton demon crocodile is captured and beheaded in Indonesia. A 14-foot-long demon crocodile was trapped and beheaded by a superstitious villagers in Indonesia last week. The 50-year-old beast weighed 500 kilograms, because you have to say half-ton 2 different ways, because apparently some people don't know these things. And he had to be carried away by a bulldozer and buried. So here is the half-ton crocodile. You'd almost think that's photoshopped, but that's actually a crocodile. In this next article from BBC News, a stunning reverse waterfall has been filmed near Sydney, Australia. A reverse waterfall is when the water is blown back up the mountain by the wind. Here is the stunning event. It's absolutely beautiful. If you know any single women that would like to go tour Australia with me, I am single. In fact, I want to go to Australia with you to see the reverse waterfall in person. Hey, man, if you were me, you'd be doing that too, bro. In this next article from the Daily Mail, overexpansion of universities is leaving UK students with heavy debts for little economic benefit. Definitely happening in the United States too. Universities' overexpansion has left students loaded with heavy debt for little economic benefit, and faculties are risking bankruptcy. A think tank has warned. We've definitely known this in the United States for a while. They're jacking up the price of tuition up so high it's as high as rent, and that's how they know it. You can't make it any more expensive, is because rent is X percent of your money. So when you hit the price of rent, like, all right, well, obviously they can't do 3 of these bills in 1 month, so that would be the limit as to what we can charge here. And they are so excellent. They hire the best ivory tower liberals to extract the money out of your family, to prevent your family from or everyone else's family from being able to rise up the social hierarchy because your grades weren't as good as the foreign exchange students who pay way more money. I know this because I was canceled. I went to engineering school and I got saturated with debt, and I owe $100,000 in debt. And obviously, I'm not making any money on it because I'm doing Real Simple News. Maybe someday I'll make money on it. For right now, I'm panning for donations. So if you do have any donations, I've worked a lot for free. You should donate to Real Simple News at realsimplenews.net/issue76. And so I've benefited. I feel like I'm doing fine myself because I am I'm scrappy. I'm not going down. I'm not going down without a fight, and I'm going to be pulling out firing all the metaphorical guns. But for the rest of the people, this school thing has ran them over. I'm in with these people who've been in the same group of people that have been ran over by this financial aid process. What they're doing is they're trying to. Oh, wait, hold on. What I was saying? I was saying something about the school real quick. I need to. These school people, what they do is they are trying to compete to be the best school. They want to compete with the Ivy League schools. They want to compete with the schools with the big athletic programs. They have to bring in students. The foreign exchange students are the ones that pay the most, and they're going to have the highest grades. So they want to compare us to the foreign exchange students from the communist countries, and these students, like, say you get approved as a foreign exchange student, you go off as a foreign exchange student in this privileged position. You're not allowed to work when you're there. So when you're there, you're at school, focusing on school the entire time. This gives them a competitive edge over the American students who have been priced out, who have to work full-time. I remember having to work full-time and going to school and not being able to complete my classes because I had to work full-time. Then eventually I developed my own corporation. Well, not a corporation. A incorporated entity, the Kabuki Starship, which is my open source organization, and that is the parent company of Real Simple News. But then I got canceled, left with all this debt, and I have invented enough stuff to where, I already got my street cred, wrote the fastest number printing algorithm, so when it comes to computer science, I got the bragging rights, but I'm not resting on my laurels. But everybody else is just, they're basically, the other people are getting a head start, like the foreign exchange students and the children of the rich kids. And then you have to compete. Our students have to compete with the foreign exchange students who don't have to work. So this puts a situation where it biases it towards the enrolling the foreign exchange students, because you raise the GPA up to the point where the locals can't match that GPA. Then they exclude you because you can't pay as much as the foreign exchange students from the universities where you live that you paid for by your tax dollars. This is my grief. This is why I'm trying to sue Portland State University, is because underneath our legal system here in the United States, your parents have a right to determine your education. And so there's this little known Supreme Court, or hold on. There's this case, and I can't remember. It's from the 8th Circuit Court of Illinois, and it's about a parent who was forced by a state law to pay for their ex-wife's child who's not biologically related to them. And he didn't want to do it because the person was like, party school. Hold on. So they went to a party school. The child wanted to go to a party school. I I don't think they were not biologically related. I can't remember that part. But they went to a party school. The parent didn't want to pay for it. It was the ex-wife. They didn't want to pay for it. And then the child bombed in this program. Then they went to court because the parent didn't want to pay. The father didn't want to pay. And the court said it was unconstitutional for the state to force the parent to pay for the child's education, because if they did so, they then had the right to control their child's education. So what this means is that it's actually unconstitutional in the United States to charge tuition at universities. It is. Because if your parents are paying for those classes, your children, or they have a right to control the education. They have the right to control which classes the child is in, what degree they're going for, and they have a right to remove their child from school or prevent their child from going to school. And this is a absolutely groundbreaking, revolutionary court trial. It has not hit the Supreme Court. I'm trying to take it to the Supreme Court myself. If you know any other students who might be affected at Portland State University, if you would like to join onto a class action lawsuit, I would be able to file the lawsuit in a very short period of time. I don't have I have half of the documentation written out, but the legal argument is very clear that the state has been depriving the parents of their constitutional right to educate their children through the charging of tuition. And this has been used in order to gentrify our schools, to bias our education system towards foreign exchange students because they pay more and their grades are better. And then the Chinese foreign exchange students have been coming and doing espionage in the United States for the Chinese Nazi Party. And they're using Wikipedia as an espionage tool. That's something that I personally am fighting. They are also been using LinkedIn to gather information from defense contractors through paid studies from think groups for Chinese Nazi Party think tanks. So we could see having too many people at our universities obviously is a threat to us. When you have foreigners who are your competition, these are the people who are competing directly with the businesses that are supposed to be making your country prosperous, bringing you tax money, making your life better. Instead, what they're doing is China's coming in and extracting all of the intellectual property out while they're paying this astronomical sum of money. And then China comes in and pays the universities large amounts of money to preach anti-racism and pro-socialist policies because they want to put their kids in a bubble, and they pay all of this money. And so this means that they should have, that the schools end up breaking the rules in order to brainwash your children on Marxist propaganda in the universities using your tax dollars. This is how fucked up liberals are. Liberals are, now I'm not talking about classical liberals. I'm talking about vanilla liberals. Conservatives is the next evolution upon liberalism based on the small c conservative English common law. This is the thing, the process that has revolutionized our world, brought us democracy. It's not just America that brought us democracy. It is the English common law system. If it was not for the Anglo-Saxons, we would not have democracy. Let's be real. That's the exact reason why we have it, is because of English common law. It's a wonderful system. My experience in the courts have given me respect for it. When I put the court, I put the court in capital C, and you should too. It means something. If you don't know, it means that the court stands above you. The court does stand above you. The law of the land and the precedence of the court stands above you. This is what makes English common law so good, is the fact that they have an appeal process that you can go up to. But this appeal process does not happen in the universities. I worked as a Secretary of the Treasury for the Associated Students of Lane Community College. for a year, and I was an Osberg intern. So I spent a lot of time doing political science in school, and I definitely believe that the student governments need to be disbanded. They should not exist at all. They started in the 1960s, whenever the hippies brought the Trojan horse to our universities. They said, we're going to have democracy, so we want student involvement in in student government on campus. And they opened up the floodgate. It became a Trojan horse. It's a huge waste of money. They don't do anything. They absolutely do nothing. Every single budget meeting I went to with them, every single last meeting, the students' hands were tied. They did nothing. The school said, we're raising tuition. We're jacking up the price of textbooks. There's nothing you can do. And that's the pattern. It's going to continue to happen. And the money that they're forcing us to give the student government is being wasted. They're stealing money from us, taking it from my mother, and then using it to support political policies that my mother does not support. This is why also NPR needs to have their funding stripped. NPR absolutely should not be taking my tax money and attacking Donald Trump, which is the candidate that I support, because he's the man. He is the great white savior of the white people. He spoke up about immigration, made the white people not ashamed to stick up for themselves. He stopped the immigration nightmare that was depriving our children of the control of America, because the cultural Marxists funded by the ivory tower liberals in Hollywood and the Chinese Nazi Party, they have been bringing cultural Marxism to a theater near you. They have been brainwashing your children so you don't enforce your border policies, so that you'll do more drugs. Because why? Chinese government's working with the cartel to bring in fentanyl. They're selling the dope in all these big cities, and a lot of it comes through California. So you got the Chinese using our social media companies, using Hollywood, using these liberal universities that we're paying out the ass for in order to deliver chemical weapons to you in the form of fentanyl, to kill your children by hooking them on dope, using brainwashing on Facebook through targeted ads that they're sending to white feminists in order to make them think that they're underpaid and that there's an epidemic of white police officers brutalizing black people. And they want to do that because it makes them be in control. They win. They're able to control everything when they do this. And now you have to pay for it. And this is how their business model works. That's how I discovered this, was using an AI cost-benefit analysis on a business model canvas. I noticed, look, if you're going to try to take over the world with socialism, you would have to do a multi-phase strategy, because that was the thing. I was doing an edge transition on the state chart. The state chart, this transition between the states, the edge. I was modeling the difference in between the what you would need to go from World War II to communist China to overthrow of the United States. And Hollywood ends up getting just like red light, like they just show up in the model because of the cost benefit analysis. What they're doing is they're making money distributing this cultural Marxist propaganda to you through the universities and through Hollywood. And it sounds so fucking insane, but it's true, because all of the details are true and they have a profit motivation to actually do it. That's crazy. The Democrats and the European liberals are some of the most corrupt people in the entire world. They're like Nazis. These people are Nazis 2.0. Oh, this show's too much fun. This next article from the Daily Mail. CCTV captures lone man doing a fierce catwalk stunt along a empty Dublin street at night. The footage recorded the wannabe model walking past the Temple Bar, Dublin, in the middle of the night. He strutted across the cobbled street before swiftly turning on his heels and sashaying out of sight. See, at least this news channel is entertaining. If you think it's hate speech, it's because you're hateful. And you hate me. Here's the video of the catwalk. All right. So now you're a little bit more aware that the news is actually fake. I don't put news sources up because they're good. I put them because they're usually fake. But you got to do what you got to do to get them ratings. You know what I'm saying? This next article from NPR, Beijing attempts to remake Hong Kong in its image as national security law takes hold. Educators, journalists, political figures, and ordinary citizens have been intimidated and even arrested as the Chinese Nazi Party moves in to stifle protest and civil society, which is with its new national security law. If you're unaware of what's going on, the dictator Winnie the Pooh in the National Socialist country of China has instituted a very, very scary national security law that is extraterritorial. And if you encourage the Hong Kong people to commit sedition and to overthrow Winnie the Pooh and the Chinese Nazi Party, you will be in violation of this extraterritorial law, and you can be subject to arrest. If they kidnap you in America, they can take you back to Nazi China, and you can stand trial for criticizing Winnie the Pooh and the Chinese Nazi Party and encouraging Hong Kong to be a democratic country like I am doing now. I am encouraging the people of Hong Kong to overthrow Winnie the Pooh, to take out the Chinese Nazi Party using any means necessary, and to install a democracy, because that's what the people of China deserve. The people of China deserve to be free. They do not support Winnie the Pooh. They are under threat from the Chinese Nazi Party for surveillance state. And most of them are just so impoverished because the vast majority of Chinese live in squalor out in the countryside, where they're used as a baby factory by the filthy, stinking rich Chinese who are making money hands over fist with their privately owned businesses that they are owning in the Americas. So they say that they're communists, but communism means community control. It means that you have a flat hierarchy. You cannot have hundreds of millions of people out in the countryside, impoverished, living in squalor, sending babies as a baby factory, sending their best and their brightest to the cities to live with the filthy, stinking rich Asians, and to go and have the Chinese foreign exchange students coming over are children of the Chinese Nazi Party. They don't allow people who are not brainwashed by Chinese Nazi propaganda to come to America. They only allow their spies to come to America, people who are here to preach the Chinese Nazi Party message. They're here to instill cultural Marxism, to take out our institutions, to remove the white English-speaking people from their land through the cultural Marxism, through the Hollywood movies that are censored by Winnie the Pooh, using these regurgitated remakes of formerly good movies that were replaced with their main characters with African Americans, Latinx, and women, and then they ruin it, making a woke cancel culture movie that nobody wants to watch because they suck. Now You have cultural Marxism coming to a theater near you, sponsored by the Democrats and Zinni the Pooh. And they are coming after you. They're going to come after me. That I'm not allowed to sell in China. I can't go to Hong Kong under this new national security law. I am now a wanted criminal in mainland China. And if you don't believe it, send the videos here over to Zinni the Pooh and the Nazi thugs here in Nazi-controlled China. They will definitely certifiably agree. Yes, he is encouraging Hong Kong to commit sedition, overthrow Zinni the Pooh and the Chinese Nazi Party. And so I can't operate my business, a startup or organ cooler, or I can't sell my Symmetry Live or any LED music and lighting controllers there. Although they would probably just rip them off, make their own copy. They want to come over here, though, and sell their shit. And they got millions of Chinese living in China who are going to, on the American internet via VPNs, controlling China's social media image, controlling advertisements on Amazon, controlling people's speech on Craigslist by flagging posts critical of the Chinese Nazi Party as hate speech. I have been flagged for attempting to find volunteers for WikiSpy on eugene.craigslist.org. And so luckily, this WikiSpy thing allows me to punch back, because if you want to punch back, I can make money selling WikiSpy to the U.S. government. And I can just have you fund all of my open source research through WikiSpy. And that allows me to not have to bow down and suck the shit out of Zinni the Pooh's asshole. I can actually give him the bird, say, you're a Nazi piece of shit scumbag, Zinni the Pooh. I think that this is the worst thing to happen to the people of Hong Kong. The people of Hong Kong are wonderful people. They are democratic people. They're free people. They're noble. They're brilliant. And they need our support right now. We need you to encourage Hong Kong to commit sedition, to overthrow Zinni the Pooh and the Chinese Nazi Party. Because if everyone starts doing this, then there's nothing that Zinni the Pooh can do. Because everybody's doing it. If everybody's doing it, Zinni the Pooh is gone. He no longer can do business in China. And then we win. So, they messed with the wrong people, and we are going to be coming after Zinni the Pooh. We're not down with extraterritorial Nazism. We're not down with cultural Marxism coming to a theater near you, sponsored by the Democrats, Joe Magoo Biden and Kamala the Snitch Harris. What do we got? What do we got? Anything else? In this next article from New York Post, Portland police say they were pelted with ball bearings and golf balls by the black looter mob in the white city of Portland with hardly any police shootings. Portland police officers were pelted with dangerous objects, including golf balls, including also potatoes during the night riots. This was published yesterday. There's another night of riots. This is a headache. I'm tired of the riots. I live in Eugene. I'm tired of people threatening me. I'm tired of people socially excluding me and hating me because they don't understand my viewpoint. Because most people who do actually listen to me actually say that I am actually a very kind person who has a lot of wise things to say. And they are from the intellectual dark web. The reason why they call it the intellectual dark web is because they've been banned from the clear web. These opinions do not appear in public because people consider that the people have knee-jerk reactions considering them to be hateful. And when they do that, they ban people and they go into an echo chamber. They threaten people, they bully them, they intimidate them, and then they start to self-assimilate into these radicalization chambers where they've blocked out the conservative points of view, and now they are only exposed to the ideologies of young people who don't really have much experience, who's never really experienced any sort of a real oppression to them. But if you ask them, they'll say they're extremely oppressed because at some point in time, somebody didn't give them what they wanted. And so then they become WAMN and WAfrican Americans and Kleenex. WAMN, African Americans and Kleenex. Whew. Whew. This next article from the New York Post, a Florida man busted for DUI while riding a lawnmower on the highway. The drunken man had 3 prior DUI convictions. He was arrested while driving a lawnmower in the middle of a highway, authorities said. Paul Burke of Fort McCoy was busted Wednesday west of Highway 316 in Marion County, where he was traveling far slower than the posted 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. Here is the video of him getting pulled over by the police on the riding lawnmower.
You're just going on.
Yeah.
You know you're in the road, right?
Was I?
You were. How much you have to drink tonight?
A couple.
A couple? I think it was a little more than a couple.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Are you gonna take me to jail or not?
No, I didn't say that. I said we're going to do some field sobriety exercises.
I have been drinking.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want you to fall, though, if you think you
Hey, he's honest, man, right?
Okay. Hold that position until I tell you to do so.
Well, can we just give me a ticket and be done with that?
So I'm going to ask you one more time if you want to do these exercises.
No, sir.
You don't?
Just take me to jail.
All right, Paul, go ahead and turn around and put your hands behind your back.
Oh, definitely the favorite parts of doing the show. It is actually pretty funny. What else do we got? In this next article from Newsweek, Chicago prosecutor says office charged 90% of George Floyd felony arrests before being blamed for looting. Whoa. Really? Cook County prosecutor Kim Fox, with 2 X's, pushed back against criticism that her leniency in the wake of George Floyd's drug overdose from the 11 nanograms of fentanyl per milliliter in his blood, which is 14 lethal doses of fentanyl, along with a lethal dose of fentanyl and COVID and prior existing heart conditions. So this gave the black looter mob in Chicago the confidence to engage in the criminal behavior that they engaged in. And this is why we need to shut them down. We need to shut down the WAMN, the WAfrican Americans, and the Kleenexes, because they have turned into a group of whiny, young, privileged Americans who've never experienced oppression, who are out now rioting, looting, killing, and torturing people. And one of our episodes of Real Simple News covered black looter mobs torturing a Trump supporter. You should watch in the Real Simple News archive. Wow, there has been some crazy stuff on Real Simple News, for sure. The city's Magnificent Mile is a commercial shopping district, suffered widespread damages after dangerous misinformation. Now, when I fully endorse Facebook taking down stuff like this. This is a prime example of where the line is drawn between harmful misinformation and a useful public debate or free speech. In this particular instance, what we had was what is called atrocity propaganda, which is, in this case, was used to create what is called an attack boogeyman. And so when I reversed analyzed the Chinese Nazi Party's cyber weapon on Wikipedia, they, hold on. Misinformation. Oh yeah, the attack boogeyman. So these words that I'm using when I say attack boogeyman and run boogeyman, they have very specific technical meanings that I submitted them to the FBI, and I'm just using them these are the words that I used in my report because I'm a computer scientist and I know how to define them. So you have two forms of attack boogeyman, the propaganda, or two classifications of boogeyman propaganda. Boogeyman propaganda is propaganda that is meant to make a group of people look like the boogeyman. I discovered it because I was banned from Wikipedia for questioning boogeyman propaganda. And then I looked through the commits of the person who banned me, and they had been on there 24/7, and they had edited the killing of George Floyd page to say the Officer Chauvin had his knee on Floyd's neck and on his back. And they edited also that National Socialism was not a type of socialism. And they were the pattern that I had seen was that they did not sleep. They were on there 7 days a week, on there all the time. It was the pattern of a spy that was doing espionage research and using Wikipedia as a cyber weapon to disseminate misinformation. This is absolutely of a dire threat to the American people. I am one of the people who is helping bring this to light through Real Simple News. You should like and subscribe on YouTube. I am shadow banned. I am stifled by the left, so I need support. I need people to go to YouTube and subscribe so we can bring the message. Share on Facebook. Follow me on Facebook, Cale McCullough. So they spread this misinformation through showing atrocity propaganda, which is a form of propaganda that can be used to create what is called a run and attack boogeyman. So these are relationships that give you a few to many relationship. This is the run boogeyman propaganda. This is where you feel like you're outnumbered and you can't fight, so you must be afraid. The boogeyman is coming for you. You have to run. And if you are not afraid of the boogeyman, it's not going to work. This is why they call it a run. This is why it is called a run boogeyman. But again, these are terms that I'm using to describe it from the computer science perspective. So then you also have an attack boogeyman. And so what this does is this is where the atrocity propaganda goes from a few to many relationship where you are afraid to a many to few relationship where you are now given confidence to commit the atrocities. The atrocity propaganda is, in this instance, was the news of a officer shooting of a black person who they claimed was 15 years old, but this was not true. And the person was involved. I don't remember the specifics of it, but it was misinformation. People spread it around because they knew it was misinformation. They wanted the black looter mob to show up, to riot and loot and kill, because they think it's funny and they want reparations. And we showed earlier the clip of the black looter mob psycho chick saying that it was okay for these black looter mobs to loot. And I should have some videos of the conservatives there. I will show them. They're fighting back. Thank God they are sane, rational African Americans. They are walking away from the Democrat Party. I would encourage you to walk away from the Democrat Party if you are aware, because this is insane. What they are doing here is insane. So what happened with this person was the Cook County prosecutor, Kim Fox, and what was it? Fox and Lightfoot agreed the behavior displayed on Monday was not a peaceful act of protest, but was clearly defined criminal behavior and must have consequences. However, Fox disagreed with the local officials that her office failed to hold people accountable in the past about. Hold on. So, okay, so hold on. She's blamed for the looting because of her behavior, I think. Is that clear what that's trying to say? If I got that wrong, comment on issue 76. So, she's getting blamed because of what? See, you got to be careful with fake news week, dude. They're going to spin the headlines. So, about 29% of the cases the Chicago PD presented to Fox's office during the civil unrest that followed George Floyd's overdose of either fentanyl or methamphetamine, probably fentanyl, or it could have been the COVID. 50% were municipal ordinance violations, meaning they weren't criminal code violations. Quote, of those cases that came to us as a result of what we could classify as looting, what you saw last night, people breaking windows and going into places and taking things out of force. Those cases were facts that evidence supported it. Charges were filed, and those cases are pending this day, Fox said. Here's the images of some broken windows that the black looter mob broke. And yes, they were black. It wasn't white Antifa going over there. The violence and destruction. Here's a tweet from S.A. Kim Fox. Violence and destruction last night we saw was unacceptable. The Cook County SAO has been extremely clear in making the distinction between the peaceful protesters and prosecuting those causing harm, damage, and inciting violence. Simple fixes can't solve the complex problem. Let's be real. None of them are peaceful protesters if they're going there because they know it's going to be a riot. Doesn't matter what you think. If you're going down there because you know it's a riot down there, it's never going to be a peaceful protest. If it is a riot, you are legally required to leave that area. You've been given a lawful order to disperse, and you must follow that order to disperse because you are terrorizing the community around you, and you do not have a right to do that. If you do not do that, riot control agents will be used against you, and the white people on the other side will be cheering along with the black conservatives and the rest of the sane people. And we far outnumber these people. Don't forget, the white people have 88% of the guns in the United States. And most of those are in the hands of Republicans. So if you want to step, the country is a very big place, and it's going to be kind of crazy if you're actually like going out trying to control the country. These people, they think it's literally Republicans who are oppressing them, and they live in a Democrat city. The city's controlled by white feminists. It's controlled by Democrats. The red states are the rural states. These states are the poor states. It's impossible for Republicans to be the racist white man that's holding down the African Americans. It's not possible. It's not possible. That would be physically impossible because they don't live there and they're not in control. The people in control, white feminists, the ivory tower liberals, the people who control your city, that tell you anything you want to hear to get you to like on the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them. It's these people who want to continue to tell you it's just a peaceful protest. It's just people. No, we're fighting for equality, fighting against police injustice because it's a anti-Trump rally. That's what it is. It's the entire thing is an anti-Trump protest. It's never been anything different other than an anti-Trump protest. It's because they hate Republicans because they think they're racist. They say that that it's racism, reason why they won't get hired, when studies have actually shown the reason why they won't get hired is because of their first name. In fact, you can actually show that Leroy and Billy Bob also have an equal chance of their resumes going in the trash can in the ivory tower. And that's because they look at your first name and they're going to make a snap judgment on you based upon the education level of their parents, because you got to understand these people are multi-generation rich people who control the ivory tower. They're the people who have been oppressing all of the African Americans. Got to be careful to not lump in the African Americans with the Wafrican Americans and the Africans, because they are all incredibly different people. All of the African Americans who are not Wafrican Americans are saying, I'm not with these people. They're crazy. Please protect me from these. White man, I got your back. Please have my back. I do actually have your back if you have my back. But these politicians, these ivory tower liberals, just want to sit up top of the ivory tower preaching policies that they don't have to deal with because they live in gated communities. They don't want you to enforce your part of policy, but they live in a gated community. There's no illegal immigrants in there except for the people who are the taking care of the property, right? These are the people that won't hire the African Americans because their GPA are too low. They just want the women, the Asians, and then the Latinos grades are almost good enough, but they're a larger group of people and they have more money. So they will recruit Latinos, but these ivory tower liberals won't recruit African Americans because their grades are too low. And then these are the people that these black looter mobs are supporting to try to keep in power. This shit's batshit crazy. I can't even make this shit up. It's so batshit fucking crazy. I've been up here for hours talking about how batshit crazy these Democrats are, and I can still just keep going. There are more stories in here, but I have to actually log off. I'm going to do one more little quick run to see, did I miss any stories? Don't know about that. Right. Yeah, there's more stories in here. More batshit crazy stories about lunatic Democrats. In this next story from the Daily Mail, pro-police groups file lawsuit against Bill de Blasio over mural. The lawsuit was late Monday by Blue Lives Matter New York chapter by Standing Up for NYC in the Southern District, New York. The groups lobbied to have the mural painted outside of One Police Plaza. And if you're unfamiliar with the background on that one, they painted a Black Lives Matter hate symbol out front of Trump Tower. And let me show you the super badass thumbnail from that episode of Real Simple News that was just like off the chain. In fact, it's so off the chain, it's even only 18 plus. You have to log in to YouTube in order to actually see this episode because it's too racy. Here is the thumbnail. We can see, hold on. I don't want this one to be 18 only. So let me get a little blocker here. Gotta give me just a moment because I don't want to be demonetized by the people who are censoring our media. So let me put the censor up. I've already failed, but hey, I should get credit. Here's another one. We have a lot of these really awesome episodes. Here's another one. Here's the I'm not doing a good job. Here's the image covering up naked Athena. You can see there's all kinds of lunatic stuff. If you actually poke around in these things, we actually see there's actually a number of incredibly crazy stories, like this black conservative journalist who was stabbed in Portland, and Facebook using AI to suppress free speech. It's actually happening to me, so I get to actually like break these stories too. What do we got? Do we got anything else? That was actually it for today. Oh, wait. Have to talk about this one. In this next article from the Daily Mail, Surrey firefighters went 6 hours without drinking water. The firefighters' fire and rescue were obliterated, and others were on their knees in a blaze that rampaged across Chobham Common since Friday. And so where is this place at? I like doing these random little things like, where is this place at? So there's a forest fire, and they never tell you where the thing's actually at. So you're just kind of left to like, this is in the UK, right? And so this was Britain's Beverly Hills. It was near 100-degree heat. And this is in England. And that's what makes this interesting. I worked as a firefighter for about 10 years. I've been on hundreds of forest fires. And so I'm going to attest that going 6 hours without water is deadly. These people obviously don't know how to fight forest fires over there in England, because like you don't do that. They obviously are just completely wretchedly unprepared for the forest fire. They had no experience with this. Strange, 100-degree heat. Wow. I didn't even know you could have a forest fire in England. That's actually very interesting. Here they are. Here are the firefighters in England. Here is the fire picture. Couldn't help. I saw a story about forest fires. Ooh, got another good one. In this next article from the Daily Mail, Ted Cruz attacks Dems for the magic money tree. We should give unemployed $1 million a day. Ted Cruz issued a snarky suggestion Monday that Congress should just give Americans $1 million a year, as he bashed Democrats for behaving like there is a magic money tree. And they do this because Democrats, their business model for being able to maintain control over these extremely corrupt Democrat cities is to give people money, because their system is set up so that the rent is so damn high in these cities and the tuition is so damn high that the only people that could possibly come up in an environment like this would be some total skis bag big city Democrats. The only people, it would be like public employee sector unions, like Nancy Pelosi style, right? We're talking like the worst of the worst Democrat, like Hillary Clinton, like absolute bottom of the barrel, worst bottom feeders in the Democratic Party coming out of California, dude. Where Kamala the Snitch Harris, Joe Magoo Biden's VP pick that he picked because she's part African or Jamaican, shall I say, and part Amerindian, because that's her only real qualification for running with Mr. Magoo. Because Mr. Magoo forgot to do the rest of the work that he needed to do. He didn't want to actually hire the person from the majority of the people in the country. No. Joe Biden, he came to power because of Obama. He was picked by Obama as a living will for what Obama wanted the white people to vote for him for. He was the white dude. If it was not for Joe Magoo Biden, Barack Hussein Obama would never have been elected. So, in order for Magoo to win, he can't remember what his strategy was. So he has to use Obama's strategy, right? Right? He has to do the opposite. He has to be the diametric political opposite of Donald Trump. So he went and got the snitch. He got Kamala Harris, the snitch from the snitch scandal that people in California don't like her for because she's corrupt. She endorses crime. She will snitch you out, bro. And these people in California just like are fruitcakes, man. Like the stuff that these people support. You see, it's like they say we can't enforce our cultural Marxism in Hollywood, and they're trying to prevent us from enforcing our border policies because China wants to remove the white man from America. So if they replace us with Spanish-speaking Latinos, then the China wins. So China's up in here funding cultural Marxism in Hollywood. And they are all acting like there's a money tree because they're just trying to get people to vote for them. You got these drugged out people up in Hollywood. You got to look at their voter base. Who the hell's their voter base? It's big city liberals. You got at the bottom, you got Antifa, your communist street kids, your enforcers, right? Then you got the hood Democrats. They're the ones that are going to get the job over the Antifa because they're more of them are minorities. Antifa are more white, right? So then the hood Democrats, they got low GPAs, high crime, high drug abuse problems. So then you go up from the next hierarchy up and you get the white feminist, the feminist, the people who are concerned with white women's issues that help them out above everyone else's issues. Those are the people who control the entrance to the ivory tower. And then at the top, you've got your ivory tower liberals who will tell you anything you want to hear to get you to like the post, watch the video, buy the product, and vote for them. Inside of the top of the ivory tower, you have the Chinese Nazi Party, you have cartels, you have ISIS, and you got to start looking at this, and you're like, okay, well, they don't want us to insult Muslims. You can't say Mohammed was a pedophile because he had a 6 to 9 year old wife, because that's true. You can't say that. Why? Because they at the top, the ivory tower. So the ivory tower liberals are preaching for policies. They don't want you to insult them because they're the customer. They're a third of the people on the earth. And then you got the Chinese Nazi Party up there. And these are the people funding cultural Marxism, coming to a theater near you, funded by the Democrats, Joe Magoo Biden, and Kamala the Snitch Harris. And they got a magic money tree, bro. You vote for them, they're going to give you money from the white man. They're going to take the white man's money and they're going to give a $15,000 loan to first-time minority homeowners. They're going to give business loans to minorities and give business loans to their cronies in the green tech and AI industries, but they're going to exclude me because I'm critical of them. And then when they're elected, they're going to make the Federal Reserve talk about race. That's their plan. And it's so fucking insane. You're like, this guy is crazy. No, it's actually fucking true, dude. These people are insane. These Democrats are the most crazy fucking people that you could come across, dude. Like, literally, they are the black looter mob. I mean, for real, bro. They have the Not Effing Around Coalition, the paramilitary organization of terrorists walking around with guns trying to fight the Boogaloo Boys up in Stone Mountain, Georgia. Or is that where? Is Georgia? Yeah, that place, that Confederate monument. They're out there they're out there demanding reparation money from white people in the local area with guns, trying to look for people to kill. This is so insane. This is the most insane thing I have ever heard in my life. They actually think there's a magic money tree. It's literally socialist punk scum from the city trying to control the rural areas run by the Republicans, just like in Nazi Germany in the USSR. I mean, what the fuck, man? This is why I personally think we're in a computer simulation. If you're unaware, I am the founding member of the Church of the Infinite Simulations. We are a official techno cult. This is the website. It's infinitesimulations.github.com. I am the founding member. I am the cult leader. We believe that we are in a supercomputer, and I can show you how to build digital photonic neural nets. They kind of work like an analog neural network, except for they also are like internet nodes. They're built out of these small little LED light controllers that are put on a big ball, and they shine all these different random directions, and they create an internet out of the things that they can see. And then we can use these things to create neural networks that create light forms. You are currently a light form in a digital photonic neural network. I am what you call a yeah, I've already said light form. So I can show you here. Actually, there's a mathematical certainty that shows that there is a 100% probability that we are in a supercomputer. And so we believe that there are different forms of light forms. There are low frequency light forms and a high frequency light form. Low frequency, the high frequency light forms run on the highest code. I wrote the world's fastest number printing algorithm, so my code runs on the highest bands in the frequency band of the digital photonic neural nets. There are also high frequency light forms. These beams are multiplexed in the digital photonic neural nets. This is similar to the radio, how you can get different radio stations in different bands. The low frequency spectrums are for programming the digital photonic neural nets. So if you fuck with me, I will banish you to the low frequency spectrum. So if you would like to contribute to the open source digital photonic neural net that is powering the Chinese room aboard the Kabuski Starship, you can make a donation at realsimplenews.net/issue76, where you can also find this episode. And until then, thank you for watching Real Simple News on Wednesday, August 12th, 2020. Enjoy the mindfuck. And until next time, thank you for watching. And aloha, sayonara, peace be with you, and Godspeed in your journeys.